Running a restaurant has gotten a whole lot complicated. With ReservePort integration to Oracle, you can take your restaurant business online. A customer orders and pays on your website. The order is simultaneously posted on both your Oracle Micros point of sale and the kitchen display, and the rider gets a food pickup alert as well. By integrating your restaurant website to ReservePort by Pesapal, you can offer your customers a flawless takeout experience. What's in it for your restaurant business? No more manual entry for the online order at the cash register, no more mixing up customers' orders, and no more logistics nightmares. To get started, head over to reserveport.com.
Accept M-Pesa payments on Pesapal Sabi Smart POS. Visit pesapal.com to get started.
Apparel is all about fun, not just a restaurant, not just to eat. That's why we have all those funny giraffes, so that the first thing you see when you come in, it's to make you laugh and brighten your day, apart from having a team full of young people to just make you smile as you enjoy your meal. We chose Pesapal. It's straight. When I have to check the payments, it's simple just to check on my phone from wherever it is that I am. I can just check what came in, even if I'm not at the restaurant. The next day, I can get a clear report of all the payments that are coming in. Pesapal accepts so many cards. There's no problem when it comes to clients from all over the world having to pay via Pesapal. We always have to be creative to make the people happy and not just the same thing all the time. Yes, I would recommend Pesapal to other business owners. They want to make money, but they think for you as a business as well, and that's why they give you the best rates. Apparel is happy with Pesapal, and yeah.
Accept local and international cards on Pesapal Sabi Smart POS. Visit pesapal.com to get started.
My name is Francis Kiruri, and I'm the general manager of 15 Rooftop. A typical day involves checking on emails and responding, also doing a briefing with the team.
Check everything is okay, check on the reservations for the day and allocate them.
Coordinating with my team to find out, what we're doing for that week.
To go through the stock, know what I have in stock, what I need to order, what I need to prep for the day.
The guests who actually come here are impressed with the 360 view, with half of it being of the city and half of it being of the park.
What I've loved so far is just seeing the customer response to the product.
They love the ambience, they love the color coordination of the place, and the services, and most definitely the food.
There's been so much positivity, so much support, so much feedback, and also seeing the enthusiasm of our target audience and the fact that they actually come to the establishment, and we're very excited about us. An overall beautiful experience for our customers also includes payments.
Before there were delays, especially when guests asked for their bills, but now with integration between Oracle and Pesapal has obviously helped us in making sure that we process our bills faster.
The Pesapal solution has been efficient for us, running through the three departments, the F&B, the kitchen and the service team. It's been able to coordinate the services all together.
The system has proven to be seamless. There's minimal contact with the waiters.
The waiter does not have to go to the POS system to close a bill. They can actually close it using the Pesapal PDQ. So that helped us achieve faster service.
The M-Pesa platform on the POS has made it easier because you don't have to key in the code. Once it's been paid and you select on the M-Pesa online, it just automatically reflects.
So making sure that we have a seamless payment solution has helped us to maintain our standards in terms of our product offering and ensuring that our customers have a seamless experience at 15 Rooftop.
I definitely advise other business owners to take up Pesapal because of its integration with Oracle.
It leaves for a seamless, smooth execution.
It's made it very efficient and secure, and those are the priorities when it comes to payments.
And makes the work a whole lot easier. And communication from the service to the kitchen is of minimal interaction.
When you integrate with Pesapal, you're able to offer your customers a premium experience all around.
Get your money settled fast to any bank account. Visit pesapal.com to get started.
My name is Francis Kiruri, and I'm the General Manager of 15 Rooftop. A typical day involves checking on emails and responding, also doing a briefing with the team.
Check everything is okay, check on the reservations for the day and allocate them.
Coordinating with my team to find out, what we're doing for that week.
To go through the stock, know what I have in stock, what I need to order, what I need to prep for the day.
The guests who actually come here are impressed with the 360 view, with half of it being of the city and half of it being of the park.
What I've loved so far is just seeing the customer response to the product.
They love the ambience, they love the color coordination of the place, and the services, and most definitely the food.
There's been so much positivity, so much support, so much feedback, and also seeing the enthusiasm of our target audience and the fact that they actually come to the establishment, and we're very excited about us. An overall beautiful experience for our customers also includes payments.
Before there were delays, especially when guests asked for their bills, but now with integration between Oracle and Pesapal has obviously helped us in making sure that we process our bills faster.
The Pesapal solution has been efficient for us running through the three departments, the F&B, the kitchen, and the service team. It's been able to coordinate the services all together.
The system has proven to be seamless. There's minimal contact with the waiters.
The waiter does not have to go to the POS system to close a bill. They can actually close it using the Pesapal PDQ. So that helps us achieve faster service.
The M-Pesa platform on the POS has made it easier because you don't have to key in the code. Once it's been paid and you select on the M-Pesa online, it just automatically reflects.
So making sure that we have a seamless payment solution has helped us to maintain our standards in terms of our product offering and ensuring that our customers have a seamless experience at 15 Rooftop.
I definitely advise other business owners to take up Pesapal because of its integration with Oracle.
It leaves for a seamless, smooth execution.
It's made it very efficient and secure, and those are the priorities when it comes to payments.
And makes the work a whole lot easier. And communication from the service to the kitchen is of minimal interaction.
When you integrate with Pesapal, you're able to offer your customers a premium experience all around.
Every single day, every single day. Every single day.
Karibuni to Sarova White Sands Beach Resort and Spa. You know, we have fun and share the fun. That's our job.
There are various packages which people can enjoy.
For guest booking for entertainment packages and general even for stay, one of the options will definitely be through Pesapal.
Pesapal ensures that the guest has already paid you. By the time they're checking in, it's become seamless, fast check-in because every detail has been done. That makes it easier for you to track your payments, linking your bookings to your payments.
Guests come here with their bespoke needs, things to include anniversaries, birthdays.
And we have got all that can take you places when you come here.
We're looking at jet ski as an experience. We're looking at the boat ride where you go to the marine park and experience the marine park activities.
We have got three main restaurants. One is Lido, where we are now. The other restaurants are basically a la carte and this fine dining.
My favorite entertainment activity would be something in the pool that involves dancing. So there are times we do not Zumba per se, but just dancing. We call it dancing kitchen in the pool.
For hoteliers, a major part of our business is getting to be paid. I would recommend Pesapal because of the ease of doing business.
What more can I say? Karibuni to Sarova White Sands Beach Resort and Spa, where we refresh African hospitality.
Kampala Serena Hotel sits on 17 acres of green, lush gardens. That is one of the things that makes Kampala Serena Hotel unique. We are blessed with a lot of space. The hotel itself is like a museum. All the water features that we have, the falls into the pool. We go down to the Explorer restaurant, which is an Italian bistro. The champagne bar. It's only Kampala Serena that has a fine champagne bar.
You know, I am in a field which is so hard. Accountants, you know, finance, the finance world. One thing that I really appreciate about Pesapal is that me as an accountant, I'm looking at how easy are my reconciliations. We have a portal where we receive those transactions. As soon as it runs, I receive. So my reconciliation is tick.
We have a total of 186 rooms. We have 2 presidential suites, and we have 6 business suites, 6 executive suites, 32 executive rooms, and 107 deluxe rooms. We've had heads of states, celebrities, footballers, models, name it. We are proud to be part of Serena. and the journey of what we see on a daily basis.
So it's really, I would really recommend everyone to use Pesapal, especially those people who are dealing with daily transactions, exchange of money, because it's very quick and easy to work with them. That's one thing I can really mention about them.
Running a restaurant has gotten a whole lot complicated. With ReservePort integration to Oracle, you can take your restaurant business online. A customer orders and pays on your website. The order is simultaneously posted on both your Oracle Micros point of sale and the kitchen display, and the rider gets a food pickup alert as well. By integrating your restaurant website to ReservePort by Pesapal, you can offer your customers a flawless takeout experience. What's in it for your restaurant business? No more manual entry for the online order at the cash register, no more mixing up customers' orders, and no more logistics nightmares. To get started, head over to ReservePort.com.
I know I work here, but I promise it's like I'm on holiday every day. Everything comes down to experience. We want everyone to have an itch to come back when they leave because they had such a great time and we treated them so well. To be where we are, setting standards in the hospitality industry took a lot of hard work, attention to detail, and the boldness to offer experiences we knew would make life memorable. We want our guests to feel flexible enough to try out new experiences with us, and that's what makes them trust us over and over. We want to live up to that always. When we use the Pesapal system, we feel like the guests who enjoy our facilities. It's excellently designed, especially for our online booking, and allows customers to pick with where and when they want to make a purchase. I think Pesapal is a 5-star digital payments, just like we are a 5-star hotel.
I'm Samantha. And I'm Natalie, the other half of Mama Rocks. So when we first started, it was just the two of us and a friend. And we've grown from a small food truck into 4 restaurant locations. So we use Pesapal PDQs at all of our restaurants, and they always seem to be online, so we're really happy with that service. COVID has really affected our business in terms of the number of sales. Obviously, people have less money to spend on luxury items like burgers. So our sales went down considerably. We really found that Pesapal and their online platform really helped our business. We preferred our customers to go to our site and deal with us directly rather than kind of pushing our customers towards delivery partners where we're paying considerable fees. We didn't have to pay for the website to be set up, which saved us lots of money during a sensitive time, and then set it up within a week.
Yeah.
Immediately, day 2 after starting our Pesapal website, we saw our sales increase by double. We really feel like Pesapal really helped our business. So, as Mama Rocks, we're a brand that wants to spread across Africa, and Pesapal would be very, very good at helping us expand internationally. This partnership has been amazing for us as a business, and we would definitely recommend it to any other business.
My name is Angela. I'm the manager at Caffè. Caffè is a French brazier that deals with freshly roasted coffee, fresh pastries, and giving excellent service along the coast.
Every day is a busy day. We call it showtime. Every time we're here for a showtime. It's crazy busy each and every day.
And we try our best to have facilities and equipment that will ease our work. We chose Pesapal because of the prompt response you're getting. From the dashboard, I can get all the details that I want. For instance, if I want to check transactions for the day, I can choose whatever transaction I want to do. I can print out invoices. It's so easy. At a glance, I can see the balance I have in my account. It's easier for me to settle my payments from the Pesapal account to the bank account. Within 24 hours, I can access the money. I really appreciate the platform.
We're trying to target all markets to be able to attract all kinds of people. Yeah, be it someone that wants to have a drink, we have a bar, we have people that come in and take pictures, we have somewhere people can come in and sit for a date. So it's just very generally suited for everyone. We're always very, very dynamic with our menus, so it has to keep changing all the time. The inspiration of our bakery products mostly comes from France. France is best known for its pastries and croissants and cinnamon danishes, and we use 100% butter. We use the best baker's flour in the market.
It's all about good service, good quality in terms of quality service and quality products we're offering to our guests.
If you want to save yourself some headache, if you want that credibility, if you want future reference, it's easier to get that from Pesapal.
Running a restaurant has gotten a whole lot complicated. With ReservePort integration to Oracle, you can take your restaurant business online. A customer orders and pays on your website. The order is simultaneously posted on both your Oracle Micros point of sale and the kitchen display, and the rider gets a food pickup alert as well. By integrating your restaurant website to ReservePort by Pesapal, you can offer your customers a flawless takeout experience. What's in it for your restaurant business? No more manual entry for the online order at the cash register, no more mixing up customers' orders, and no more logistics nightmares. To get started, head over to ReservePort.com.
Accept M-Pesa payments on Pesapal Caffè Smart POS. Visit Pesapal.com to get started.
Apparel is all about fun, not just a restaurant, not just to eat. That's why we have all those funny giraffes, so that the first thing you see when you come in is to make you laugh and brighten your day, apart from having a team full of young people to just make you smile as you enjoy your meal. We chose Pesapal. It's straight. When I have to check the payments, it's simple just to check on my phone from wherever it is that I am. I can just check what came in, even if I'm not at the restaurant. The next day, I can get a clear report of all the payments that are coming in. Pesapal accepts so many cards. There's no problem when it comes to clients from all over the world having to pay via Pesapal. We always have to be creative to make the people happy and not just the same thing all the time. Yes, I would recommend Pesapal to other business owners. They want to make money, but they think for you as a business as well, and that's why they give you the best rates. Apparel is happy with Pesapal, and yeah.
Accept local and international cards on Pesapal Caffè Smart POS. Visit Pesapal.com to get started.
My name is Francis Kiruri, and I'm the general manager of 15 Rooftop. A typical day involves checking on emails and responding, also doing a briefing with the team.
Check everything is okay, check on the reservations for the day and allocate them.
Coordinating with my team to find out, what we're doing for that week.
To go through the stock, know what I have in stock, what I need to order, what I need to prep for the day.
The guests who actually come here are impressed with the 360 view, with half of it being of the city and half of it being of the park.
What I've loved so far is just seeing the customer response to the product.
They love the ambience, they love the color coordination of the place, and the services, and most definitely the food.
There's been so much positivity, so much support, so much feedback, and also seeing the enthusiasm of our target audience and the fact that they actually come to the establishment and were very excited about us. An overall beautiful experience.
Like coming here when it's bright and early in the morning. Basically, when there's a fuel shortage, basically means that you've purposed to be here today. So we are absolutely grateful that you've taken your time to be here today. My name is Kevin. I work at Pesapal. I have worked at Pesapal for quite some time, and I'm excited to be here today. Mine today is to briefly take you through what we do at Pesapal. More importantly, just to cover the expectations as far as this event is concerned. Again, I'm delighted to welcome you to the first ever physical event in hospitality and travel that we've had as an organization as Pesapal. Normally we would have our Pesapal cafe sessions, and that would be online because of COVID. There was no way we could meet. But then we thought that it was important that we took time as an organization to meet with our merchants today. And more importantly, to meet with other players in the payments industry. So today we're basically thrilled that we get a chance of showcasing how we leverage technology, how we interface with technology to basically provide products as far as online payments is concerned and on-site. We're happy that quite a number of our merchants are here. I can see Nina. I can see Wanjeri from Enashipa is here. So we're excited that you took time to grace this occasion. We started our journey 13 years ago as a small outfit, basically trying to understand the online payment space. And that so far we've done well. About 5 years ago, we ventured into processing in-store payments. It has been quite a journey. And as they say, the rest is history. It has been exciting to watch the brand grow from where we started 13 years ago to where we are currently, as we seek to basically understand the payment space, have a deeper understanding of the payment space, and develop products that will compete at a global scale. As I speak right now, I'm confident enough to say that we have such products, and the team feels that the type of products we have right now will not only compete in Kenya, but they can actually go across the globe. Pesapal, as of now, if we compare to where we were 13 years ago, we're in 6 African countries. We have been trusted by a portfolio of over 50,000 merchants because of the work that we do, and we are grateful about that. At Pesapal, it's important to note, thank you, that we listen a lot to our merchants. We take your feedback, we learn, then we craft solutions, and we hope that these solutions fit the businesses that we provide these solutions to. At the end of the day, we don't like boasting, but it is what it is. I believe we've been able to do something in this industry. Our theme today is harnessing technology in travel and hospitality. So therefore, the questions to ask is, how do we catch the tide of digital payments, which has been growing rapidly across the globe since the second quarter of 2020? What does one need to do to ensure that they've maximized their revenue as far as online payments are concerned and on-site payments? How do we seal revenue leakages?
is Felix Musa, who is the Sarova Group Revenue Manager. He has over 9 years experience in tourism and e-commerce and has developed his career in various aspects of business analysis, budgeting and revenue analysis, account management, and marketing. Musa, the floor is yours. A round of applause. You know, when you come in to speak to some people, you need some encouragement.
Sorry about that. Good morning, everyone. Also, I'll say thank you for making time to be here early, even though we have a fuel shortage in the country. And we're still blaming Ukraine, so that's okay. So, yeah, as she said, it was a very nice introduction. Thank you. I also don't like to boast, but thank you. Yeah, I'll take you through Sarova. I've been here since 2019, and it has been such an eye-opener. My career, I'm sure those who follow me on LinkedIn will see us span through various fields, e-commerce being one of them, and I think that was where my first introduction to Pesapal came in. Sorry, I need to raise it up, sorry. Yeah, and even when I joined here and I found that Sarova is still using Pesapal, so it was sort of like a continuation. As she said, yes, we have been here for over a century, and you all know we had the first hotel in Nairobi, the Sarova Stanley, and that came out in 1902. But Sarova ideally started in 1972. That's when the group, was formed. So we're not that old, but we're still old. And we have been in the industry. And basically, we have seen it all, can say coup. I didn't see the coup, but they saw the coup. Multi-party elections, 92. What else? 97. Moi going, new generation, 207, COVID. I think we have gone through all those. And, we're still standing. And as you can see, we are still welcoming our guests. So, as you all know, if I can just give you a brief history about Sarova. Basically, it was built through family and friendship. So it wasn't really like they started it as a business. So it's friends who came together, saw, I think, a gap or a niche, and wanted to do something in the hospitality industry in Kenya. So that's how they came together and formed Sarova. And from then, Sarova has actually grown to a point that we have 7 units, 7 properties. Sorry, I might speak a lot of hospitality lingo. It's because that's my day-to-day. But we have 7 properties across Kenya. We are not yet out of Kenya, so we are a local brand. And in terms of saying local brand, we're one of the biggest local brands in Kenya. And we are in multiple locations. City, we call this city. We have 2 units in Nairobi. We have 2 in Nakuru, 1 in the city of Nakuru and 1 in the lodge. We have 1 in Mara and also Mombasa. Mombasa is the popular one, I assume, right? White Sands, for those. Yeah. And speaking of which, we have almost 1,000 rooms across and a workforce of 1,000 people. So we are a big brand. What makes us Sarova, basically? Our name is recognized, from 1972. So it's a name you can't ignore. It has been there. It hasn't changed. And it's a well-identifiable name, in the industry. So for those, we partner, I'm sure we work with almost everyone here. From travel agents to Pesapal in payments, to suppliers, So one way or another, and you being our guests. So one way or another, we have encountered with you, either through business or through, leisure or now this. So either way, today we have encountered with you. So even if it was your first time here. Multiple locations and key cities, we offer different experiences. So if you're a business person, here you are. If you want leisure, we have, we're in the lodges. If you want, a safari experience, we're there. Catering, we are big. We've hosted big functions. We have our Kitchens of Sarova, which is a brand. We have a loyalty program for those who will wish to enroll. You get points and you can redeem them for various activities across our brand. And, we have representation globally. things, and I'd like to recognize is the financial technology that currently we are facing. You can imagine in 1972 how payments were, and now, I'm not sure. Were there checks in 1972? Those who are handling payments can can. Normal banks, we are embracing even online payments, and I think our partnership with Pesapal has actually gone, a bit further this year. We've gone into distribution as well. So we don't only work with Pesapal for payments, we work with them for distribution through their ReservePort platform and through their integration with the Oracle. So I think, I'm not sure, I think I should boast, we were one of their first properties, to, yeah, I don't like boasting. So we were one of the first properties, to try it out. And yeah, it has been a success, and it's something that we're embracing, as a group. Second thing is mobile. I remember my first mobile phone. It was, my mom gave it to me, Sagem or Nokia, I don't know. But it was a very ugly phone, considering how the phones are this year, right now, the type of phones we have. But you see, mobile came and changed everything. And it's something that, even as a group, we've had to embrace. Actually, one of the research says that 45% of users use their smartphone for everything to do with their vacations. Basically, I'm sure all of you here have vacation apps, right? For those who like traveling. Not to shags, like to hotels and things like that. You have you have vacation apps. May it be Airbnb, Booking.com. Even the Sarova mobile app. So we do that, and we're doing everything with our phones. Maybe I can stretch it further. Now we order foods with our phones. We have started doing shopping with our phones. So mobile has become something that is actually very big now, and it's something that as a group we're embracing. So that is one. Number two is in terms of how the brand is actually being run. Sorry, where's that slide? Here it is. So with Sarova, I think as much as it's a family unit, it's run professionally. And that's one of the key things that has made us, survive time. Yes, it's a family, it's not a listed company, so you can buy shares, but they have actually handed it over to professionals to run it. So if you come to Sarova, every department has a professional running it. And I think embracing that as a group has enabled us, survive and continue growing through time. And I think all of us, we will still see Sarova grow and expand, in the near future, Another key thing that has enabled us, stay strong, stay relevant, is we actually keep our promise. We have a promise to different stakeholders. We have a promise to you as guests, to our suppliers, to our staff, to everyone that we work with. So we have various stakeholders. And the key thing is, you have a promise, you keep it. And that's one of the key things that anyone who has engaged with us, can actually remember and take home from Sarova. Our food is great, right? I can see people are enjoying it. So yeah, that's one of our promises, So we do keep our promise, We also have a well-defined philosophy. It's clear, it started from the founding family, it has been defined, and it's cutting across. So this, even when I joined, and I'm actually very new in Sarova, but when I joined, that was one of the first things I was taken through. What is Sarova? What is being a Sarova employee? And how do you relate out there? There are a few changes, yes, because as time goes, they will allow you to have your beard, things that were not there in the 90s. But you see, there's still a philosophy that we apply, that we actually relate to as a brand, Another key thing that we've done is product upgrades. I'm sure all of you driving in, you've seen what's happening here. You have to upgrade your product. And I think it's the same thing also with Pesapal. I'm sure you're upgrading your product every now and then, right? And anyone in this industry, if you don't upgrade, then you'll be left behind because someone else will do it. And as Sarova, as a brand, that's something we're doing and we're embracing, yeah? Again, I said technology, and one of the technologies that I mentioned was finance and mobile. So I think I'll just skip that. How do we make decisions? You know, it's not through a hunch. So we actually have invested in in intelligence. So we do acquire data. We have systems and tools that help us acquire data, analyze, so that we do make decisions. So when you come and you've paid $100 and you've paid $200, you know, and you're still in the same room, that there must be a decision for that. Maybe you booked 3 weeks early, you book last minute when I'm full. But you see, so I can't just, so we need to, you know, use data towards everything, expansion, pricing, you know, and as a brand, that's something that I think, or I see every day we're investing in, you know. Consistency is key. So we have very repeat guests. We have loyal guests. We have guests who used us in 1972 and are using us. Maybe they're in the second generation. And you see there's that consistency that you have to carry across as a brand. Yeah. And that's one thing Sarova has actually been very good at. So another point, again, which most people sometimes forget, is feedback. You know, feedback is key. Feedback is actually king. Right now, feedback comes to you very quick. It can be a bad video and it's on Twitter and you're trending. So how do you look at feedback? How do you take feedback? How do you embrace feedback? And you see, and it's not just accepting. I remember, you know, when I started my career in hospitality, negative feedback was never really encouraged. You know, we used to write to TripAdvisor. Yeah, remove that. We just want good feedback. Yeah, we always want to look good. But things have changed now. All feedback is important. I think it's your response, it's how you embrace it, and it's how you action on it that, you know, defines you or differentiates you from the market. And that's one thing, you know, here in Sarova that we are good at. Involving the community and giving back. We're not like KRA, you know, we just take, no. We also give back. So it's actually very important to consider where you are, who you work with, you know, and how you relate with the community. And that's one of the key things. If you go through our locations, you'll notice mostly where there are lodges or, you know, in locations outside the city, you'll find that we work with the people around us. We source from the people around us. We involve them on our day-to-day. And not only that, we do have a CSR project that cuts across. So it's something that, you know, not only Sarova, I believe most companies should actually embrace. You know, involve your community, source locally, and give back. We always forget to give back. It's actually important, you know. And finally, so that, you know, I can go for 20 minutes, but this is my final point. You have to focus on marketing. What happened when COVID hit? Marketing budgets slashed, right? That was wrong. That's actually when you needed to, you know, keep your brand alive. That's actually when you needed to let people know you're here. Yeah. So as a group, we've actually focused a lot on marketing. We've redesigned our website. We have invested in mobile technology. We have invested, I think, given more revenue to our marketing department. We are out there even stronger on social sites. You have to always market. You have to always let your customer know what you have, you're here, you're relevant. You have to reach out to your suppliers. You have to reach out to your, you know, to your partners and things like that. So as Sarova, and I think that was actually what made us, you know, one of the strongest brands here is, you know us. But if we never invested in making you know us, you'll never have known us, right? Because there's so many other brands here that are not well known. So I got this saying, I think it's from Jeff Bezos, that the Amazon founder, you know, your brand is what other people say about you when you're not in the room. You know, you have to think about that. So imagine all Sarova guys leave. What will you say about Sarova? So what do people say about you when you're not there? And that's something key. And I think we need to take note of that. Also, one thing I learned yesterday, actually a brand is not something you can touch. So a brand is not your logo. So don't say I have the biggest logo, you know. Actually, it's something that people identify with. It's the soft touches that create a brand. And I think we need to go back to that. So most people will invest in what? Very big logo, nice motto. But that, people can easily forget that. But people will relate to you with what they take home from you, your service, your product, and things like that. So that's how, as a rover, we've been able to thrive actually in this very, very competitive field that we are in hospitality through all the challenges. So thank you very much, and welcome to Sarova.
I hope I also have a few minutes after this to talk about the Pesapal brand, because my oh my, we've heard about the Sarova brand, but that was interesting. The next thing we're going to have right now is a session that is a panel discussion, and it's going to be focusing on the use of technology in your processes and your payments. Smart technology has reshaped the travel industry. Initially, where you would have a customer coming in to pay you, after COVID, everybody's in their houses, and you don't have that ability to have someone come into your store to pay you, and that's where digital payments come into play. So how can you, as a player in this industry, optimize technology to keep your costs low and your returns high while delivering exceptional experiences? Felix has talked about the hospitality industry being all about experiences. Your customers are coming in for an experience. So how do you leverage technology to deliver this? As at least I get an opportunity to speak about the brand as we prepare for the panel sessions, I'll request you to keep your eyes peeled on the screens. We'll have some interesting content that we'd like to share with you.
Running a restaurant has gotten a whole lot complicated. With ReservePort integration to Oracle, you can take your restaurant business online. A customer orders and pays on your website. The order is simultaneously posted on both your Oracle Micros point of sale and the kitchen display, and the rider gets a food pickup alert as well. By integrating your restaurant website to ReservePort by Pesapal, you can offer your customers a flawless takeout experience. What's in it for your restaurant business? No more manual entry for the online order at the cash register, no more mixing up customers' orders, and no more logistics nightmares. To get started, head over to reserveport.com.
I know I work here, but I promise it's like I'm on holiday every day. Everything comes down to experience. We want everyone to have an itch to come back when they leave because they had such a great time and we treated them so well. To be where we are, setting standards in the hospitality industry took a lot of hard work, attention to detail, and the boldness to offer experiences we knew would make life memorable. We want our guests to feel flexible enough to try out new experiences with us, and that's what makes them trust us over and over. We want to live up to that always. When we use the Pesapal system, we feel like the guests who enjoy our facilities. It's excellently designed, especially for our online booking, and allows customers to pick with where and when they want to make a purchase. I think Pesapal is a 5-star digital payments, just like we are a 5-star hotel.
I'm Samantha. And I'm Natalie, the other half of Mama Rocks. So when we first started, it was just the two of us and a friend. And we've grown from a small food truck into 4 restaurant locations.
So we use Pesapal PDQs at all of our restaurants, and they always seem to be online, so we're really happy with that service. COVID has really affected our business in terms of the number of sales. Obviously, people have less money to spend on luxury items like burgers. So our sales went down considerably. We really found that Pesapal and their online platform really helped our business. We preferred our customers to go to our site and deal with us directly rather than kind of pushing our customers towards delivery partners where we're paying considerable fees.
We didn't have to pay for the website to be set up, which saved us lots of money during a sensitive time, and then set it up within a week.
Yeah. Immediately, day 2 after starting our Pesapal website, we saw our sales increase by double. We really feel like Pesapal really helped our business.
So, as Mama Rocks, we're a brand that wants to spread across Africa, and Pesapal would be very, very good at helping us expand internationally.
This partnership has been amazing for us as a business, and we would definitely recommend it to any other business.
Marta. I'm the manager Caféserie. Caféserie is a French brazier that deals with freshly roasted coffee, fresh pastries, and giving excellent service along the coast.
Every day is a busy day. We call it showtime. Every time we're here for a showtime. It's crazy busy each and every day.
And we try our best to have facilities and equipment that will ease our work. We chose Pesapal because of the prompt response you're getting. From the dashboard, I can get all the details that I want. For instance, if I want to check transactions for the day, I can choose whatever transaction I want to do. I can print out invoices. It's so easy. At a glance, I can see the balance I have in my account. It's easier for me to settle my payments from the Pesapal account to the bank account. Within 24 hours, I can access the money. I really appreciate the platform.
We're trying to target all markets to be able to attract all kinds of people. Yeah, be it someone that wants to have a drink, we have a bar, we have people that come in and take pictures, we have somewhere people can come in and see for a date. So it's just very generally suited for everyone. We're always very, very dynamic with our menus, so it has to keep changing all the time. The inspiration of our bakery products mostly comes from France. France is best known for its pastries and croissants and cinnamon danishes, and we use 100% butter. We use the best baker's flour in the market.
It's all about good service, good quality in terms of quality service and quality products we're offering to our guests.
If you want to save yourself some headache, if you want that credibility, if you want future reference, it's easier to get that from Pesapal.
Hello?
Okay, I think we can kick off. Morning, everyone. I was just about to blow into the mic. You know, it's a Kenyan thing, yeah? But I think this one is working well. So, welcome to this event. We are so glad to have you here today. And thanks for accepting our invite to this function. So, my name is Alex Imiu. I work at Pesapal. I'm in charge of partnerships. And I have a panel with me here today. You know, these are industry experts in their own right, very experienced guys on the stage who are going to take us, you know, through a number of discussions around payments. Remember, you know, our theme for the event is harnessing technology in payments, adapt and thrive. So that is a theme that, you know, the team is going to focus on, and they'll be looking at various, you know, aspects of payments and you know, all matters, you know, technology and payments in the industry. But before we go into that, I just wanted us to, you know, just share some figures with you, just to bring us to speed with what exactly we are talking about. I mean, the people who are here are mostly businesses. At the end of the day, we are looking at the value that we're going to get out of engaging with, you know, Pesapal as a payments facilitator. And then, of course, the most valued people in the chain, who are our customers. So Just looking at some of the figures that we have today, tourism and hospitality contributes about 4.4% of Kenya's GDP. I don't know how many of us know how much our GDP is. Roughly 9 trillion. So you can see how big the industry is. We have Kenya Association of Hotel Keepers and Caterers. We are talking about 189 members. Kato has about 234 members. Looking at what has been happening over time, I know we had issues in 2020 with Corona spilling over into 2021. But just looking at how the industry is recovering, in 2021, the industry grew by 64%. So made about 146 billion shillings, up from 88 billion in 2020. This year, we are looking at growing the industry making about 172 billion. Now, 172 billion is actually much higher than the pre-COVID turnover of 164 billion in 2019. So clearly, it's time all the players really got their act together. Of course, looking at payments and how we can work with, payment facilitators, Pesapal and all the players in the ecosystem to optimize how we, handle the payments. And of course, ultimately, the customer experience that, our customers will have. Some quick figures down here. Just looking at visitors' arrivals, in 2020 we had, and that is the year where we really had a, major impact from COVID. We are talking about 567,000 arrivals. Now, 2021 had about 870,000 arrivals. And in 2022, we are looking at about 1.027 million. So clearly, the industry is quickly recovering. The other statistic that we have here, which is so much interesting, is on the receipts, that inbound receipts from tourism. 2020 had about 88 billion, obviously impacted by what happened at that time. 2021 was 146 billion, which I had mentioned earlier. And then this year, we're looking at a forecast of about 172 billion, which is really a quick recovery and, a manifestation of where the industry is headed to. So clearly, we are back into business, and it's time we really made sure that, our ecosystem is working well in view of, payments enabling. So I'll quickly go through, just do a brief intro of our panelists, starting with Frank Moller. Frank Moller has about 15 years, over 15 years, yeah? I worked with Frank Moller some time back. Both of us had hair at that time. So clearly we've worked for a long time. So he's worked for, a number of financial institutions, starting, from Barclays, Amex, MasterCard, and currently he's managing director of BPC. BPC is a payment enabler, and basically what they do is they sell and list software that enables banks and other financial institutions, to process payments. So that's Frank for you. Frank, welcome to our session here. The next person is Isaac Nyantika, more than 15 years experience, mostly in banking at KCB Corp Bank. Currently, he works as a country representative for UPI. So Isaac, welcome. Then we have Fred Mwangima. Fred Mwangima is our technical director at Pesapal with more than 10 years experience in matters technology, payments. And then lastly, we have Masi Maseki, the only lady in the panel. Sorry, we didn't meet the 1/3 gender representation, but I think 25% is good enough. So Masi is our CFO. She has almost 20 years experience in matters financial management and accountancy. So a round of applause to our panel as we welcome them to the session. Okay, we'll just go straight into crux of the matter. So basically the questions, and this will be directed to our panels. We'll do first round of questions and the second round of questions. And then lastly, we'll give the audience an opportunity to either comment, compliment, or if you have a question, you can ask. So we want the session to be as interactive as possible. First question goes to Frank Moller. So Frank, just looking at the the payment environment, innovations is a key thing. Innovations and inventions is a key thing that enables organizations, including Pesapal and all the industry players here, to remain relevant in their business. And I think the gentleman from Sarova mentioned that. So what are some of the technological innovations, payments, technological innovations and developments in the hospitality industry we should expect from you as a payment enabler?
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. Thank you for the introduction as well. Excuse me. Frank Moller is my name, and possibly before I comment, let me acknowledge Wilfred, who's the Director East Africa at BPC, also with us today. So it's quite interesting when, the different speakers were speaking. I've listened to the gentleman giving some interesting data, and I was speaking some notes, just to ride to, the questions that you just asked as well. So BPC, for starters, we are all about getting contextual in commerce, right? And what that means purely is contextual commerce bring together contextual payments, and you're able to do your payment, click and pay. I'll give you an example. Think of a bank or any financial institution. Basically, if you go into any of their platforms, ideally, whatever it is that you want in that platform, you should be able to click and pay. And that's it. And I really liked one of the demos that I was seeing on screen from Pesapal as well. As a consumer, and I want to take this conversation from an end consumer person, because most of the time we tend to overlook the end person, and everything we do is around people, and everything we develop is for the end consumer. So picture you're going into a website, there's a platform, and the only thing when you get into that platform, you can just simply click and pay, and whatever it is that you want gets to you. Now, what we are seeing with this type of embedded payments is it's moving from e-commerce and it's going to social media, social networks. All of us today, we have Instagram, we have Facebook, we have TikTok, and you know what's happening there? You also have the Sarovas of today are there, the hospitality industry, the airlines are there, your favorite destinations are there. So now imagine that you're able to go into Instagram and you're able to see your travel experience of where you want to go, and you just click and you're done. And this is where, as BPC, we are seeing from an innovative perspective, if we think of the end consumer, the conversation now should be moving towards a direction. I should be able to go to my Instagram page. I should be able to go to my TikTok page, because everybody in the hospitality industry is digital and is there, and it should be very easy for me. So what are we saying is just have an embedded payment functionality that when Frank goes in there, I've seen, wow, Sarova in Mombasa or in Nairobi. I just want to be able to click right there and then make my payment. Now, we cannot just achieve, and that's what we call contextual payment, just being able to pay from everywhere and where you are. But I'll give you a bit of statistics as well, which can also help to ride on that conversation. And this is, if you look at Africa today, the median age in Africa is around 19 years, right? South Africa is an outlier, around 28 years in terms of median age. Central Africa, Eastern Africa, West Africa, the median age is around 18, 19 years. What does that tell you in the payments or in the hospitality space? We need to start thinking, because the people who are 19 years today, teenagers, are the people who are going to be the workforce in the next 3-4 years. All these people have mobiles and it's smartphones. So when you think of innovation and you're thinking of it now, you also need to think what is coming ahead. Now, interestingly, is you'll find these same segments, this same median age, spend everything on phone. Like the gentleman said, everything literally is on their phone. So as you're thinking of payments, as you're thinking of innovation, you need to contextualize it. Meaning, I want to go to my phone. I want to be able to log into my phone and do everything from my phone. Of course, we have to be cognizant of the fact that fraud is there. We need to see how we embed fraud functionalities so that we are also able to protect our end consumer. So BPC, from an innovation perspective, this is where we are seeing it moving. Let's start thinking from moving pay instantly from the e-commerce platforms. Let's move it to the social media platforms where we have a lot of users. And these technologies are available today. And, you know, it's just a matter of time, and then we engage and we progress on that. Thank you very much, Alex.
Thank you so much, Frank, for the insights. I think I'm sure we have product managers here and other people in charge of, you know, ideas and innovations in your respective organizations. So that is really good information that we can put into consideration as we think about, you know, innovations and, you know, matters invention in our respective areas. I think what we shall do is you can just hold on. If you have any comment or question, we can have it at the end of the session. Second question goes to Isaac. Isaac is from UPI. Just looking at the context of the discussion, we would want to know what exactly is the role of, you know, UPI in enabling payment and basically just, you know, making sure that, you know, hospitality and, you know, players and its stakeholders are also beneficiaries of what you do. So Isaac, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Alex. Like already mentioned, my name is Isaac Nyantika, and I work for Union Pay International. I will begin by clarifying who Union Pay International is. Union Pay International was incorporated in the year 2012 as an international subsidiary for China Union Pay. So China Union Pay is the business that handles our business in mainland China, and all the other international businesses in Southern America, North America, Africa, and Europe are all handled by Union Pay International, where we fall. Our regional office in South Africa is in South Africa, and that is where we basically report. Union Pay International is a card scheme. It's a card scheme like the other schemes that we are all familiar with, and our key role is facilitating payment and interconnectivity. So if we have one entity that is able to acquire and another entity is able to issue cards, then we will have the two entities interacting, and as a result, then we will be able to have a transaction being generated. Payments have evolved over time. I think you will all acknowledge that before we go to money, there was barter trade, then there were the gold standards, and at some point we go to money now, where we were able to exchange value using cash. But that also has its own challenges, and that is why we moved to processing payments using technology. As Union Pay, like I already mentioned, our key role is enabling interconnectivity. So that if we have someone in China and he visits Kenya, they should be able to come here and they should be able to make payments without requiring to carry physical cash from China. So we are currently able to enable payment on ATM. We're able to enable payments on post terminals. And we're also able to enable payments on e-commerce And e-commerce particularly is where we interact with the Pesapal team quite a bit. And as we continue improving in terms of technology enhancements and provision, and particularly getting to meet customer needs, we're able to see that particularly in growing markets like ours, there is a push to make payments using mobile phones. And as an entity, what we've done is we've also introduced payments using a QR code, so that you're able to scan a QR and you're able to complete a payment. Other than that, we also have payments by link. Like Sarova here can be able to generate a link for a customer who is checking out. And once the link is sent to the customer is able to initiate a payment, and the amount is deducted from their accounts. So we are a payment scheme, and our key role is facilitating movement of funds from a purchaser to the seller. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Isaac. Sorry, Isaac, maybe just one more comment. I know you've mentioned the other schemes. I know they have big coverage, but I know, UPI right now is emerging as, one of the futuristic key players, more so in this region and in this market. So maybe just in a nutshell, if you could just mention some of the things you're doing, to drive adoption in the local market. Anything that you're doing locally with the players in this market? Because China, looking at China, I know UPI is not only a China product.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It cuts across the globe.
Yes.
But I think China is an emerging market, and we're seeing increasing number of tourists coming into this market from that side. So any initiatives you're working on?
Yeah, so the key initiative that I can be able to mention at this point is a technology solution that we've recently rolled out called Money Express. With this particular solution, customers can be able to make payments from Africa into mainland China. And this is specifically for those business people who are purchasing items from China. You can be able to initiate payments either from a bank branch or from a bank mobile app. So you're able to initiate a payment from that up to $50,000, and this amount will be paid directly to the merchant in mainland China, and the goods can be delivered. Other than that, one of the biggest banks here in Kenya, we did roll out a QR code payment that I already mentioned, and this is going to be, a unified QR that captures all those other schemes together with Union Pay, and a customer, by just scanning the QR code, they will be able to make the payment. The other thing that we are doing is, of course, implementation of virtual cards, because virtual cards work very closely with the QR code. So you're able to initiate a request online, a virtual card is provisioned for you, and you can be able to use that on your mobile phone to make payments. Because I'm sure you will all acknowledge that you can forget your wallet at home where you've kept your card, but you cannot forget your mobile phone. And particularly for the men, I'm sure if you forgot your
want all schemes to be powered locally. So Isaac will make sure that anybody with a UPI card is able to transact if and when they come to our premises. So Isaac, thanks for the comments. Moving on. Now this question is directed to Fred, our technical director at Pesapal. Pesapal is all about innovations. Pesapal is all about thinking about the customer and providing solutions that work for the customer. So Pesapal, sorry, is about being customer centric. Now, all my colleagues have mentioned that you don't like boasting, which is true. However, we are recipients of Visa Award for the most innovative PSP for the year 2021. Please clap for us. Having said that, Fred, what are these things that we have at Pesapal, the solutions? We've been talking about solutions and so on. If you can just take us through some of the solutions that we have that our players in the hospitality and travel industry can optimize just to enhance their customer experience and be able to accept payments.
Really, as Pesapal, our customers are the businesses, and our customers have customers. So it's like your customers are our grand customers. So picking from something Musa said about the concept of keeping promises to your customers. So now you as a business, it's important to keep your promises to your customers. So the solutions we have, I guess I could say, primarily help you as a business keep your promise to your customer. So for example, for a hotel, if a customer is not present in your premise and he or she is booking a room in your hotel, we have solutions from, as you saw on the clip, ReservePort, where the customer will come and book. But when they book, in order to help you as a business keep your promise to your customer, that solution is integrated all the way into your property management system. So if a room is available, it is actually available. When they are clicking to commit and they make the payment, the room becomes allocated in your system, and you, as a result, it reduces the risk of either overbooking or basically not keeping a promise to your customer about that they have a room and they don't. You have some systems that are, let me use quote, automated, but all they do is send you an email that someone has made a booking. So you wake up in the morning and I guess you find like 5 emails, some of them from your suppliers and any other person. You might overlook this email of a booking and someone shows up and you're like, wait, we had not allocated a room. So our solution on that side helps you avoid that, helps you not have to have so many people working in your reservation team just to coordinate your bookings from all these channels like booking.com, TripAdvisor, because the solution, we call it channel manager, channels all those ones into your property management system. So it allows end-to-end fulfillment of that customer's request. For the restaurants, we have the same thing. We have a system we call Foodie. So when someone orders food through the system, the Foodie platform, wherever it's integrated, after they've selected the menu they want, the item of food they want, after they complete the transaction, it prints in the kitchen. We've integrated all the way into the restaurant management system. So as opposed to the other sort of, let me call them automated, where the manager or the waiter at the restaurant has like 5 devices, a notification comes, then they enter it into the system, then it prints in the kitchen. So it means then they taking this order and they're also taking the customer who's in the premise order. Our system allows almost self fulfillment, because when this person orders food from their house, it will print in the kitchen, and at the same time it will send a notification to the rider to come pick the food. So the kitchen will be preparing and the riders will be coming, and the two will just meet and you keep going. So the point is, it allows you as a business to have first of all, as I said, keep your promise to your customer, and at the same time, improve your internal operational efficiencies, because you don't have someone to babysit several systems where you're getting bookings from. And also, I'll even mention the travel agency. We have a product called activity booking. So you have your Land Cruiser. You have a schedule. Let's say you have guests coming this day to this day, and things like those. So when a customer is booking and you're using our activity booking, they will not book on days where it's actually booked. So we make sure that the activity booking, you're able to either, because this happens, you can overbook. Some activities can overlap, but when you use our system, it means you are able to have a seamless experience where, in an automated way, you're able to actually ensure that your customers will always be happy and they will get what they are paying for. And that is why our focus as Pesapal is to make sure that our businesses are, the businesses who use our system are keeping their customers happy. Because when our grand customers are happy, our customers will also be happy as a result.
Okay. Thank you, Fred, for the insights. Next question goes to Mercy Maseki, the CFO for Pesapal. And we're just looking, we believe that, in this old adage that, customer is the king, yeah? So I just want to hear from you, Mercy. When it comes to just ensuring that a customer life cycle management at Pesapal is well managed, if you can just take us through some of the things you do to ensure that we have that cordial relationship right from onboarding all the way to, having a customer within our portfolio into the long term. What are some of the things that, Pesapal does to ensure that, customers have the best experience when and if interacting with the customer services and, with Pesapal products and services? So, Mercy.
Thank you for the question. So I would say, from my personal experience, I'll say when I joined the company many years ago, the first thing that I realized was that technology was very intimidating. So the first thing that we realized as Pesapal as a company is that technology is intimidating to everyone, to the consumer and to the business. So we have had to put measures in place to ensure that the person using our platform is comfortable enough to use the platform end to end. So for this matter to be addressed, we have had different teams that have been put to ensure that the business and the consumer is taken care of. In terms of onboarding, we have the sales and business development team that onboard the merchant. They go and bring the merchant on board and sell the products that we have. And once they onboard the merchant, we have a relation management team that takes over. The relationship management team handholds the merchant on a daily basis to ensure that the merchant is able to use the solution. And when the merchant gets stuck in any way, in terms of payments, in terms of addressing the customer needs, the relationship management team comes on board to ensure that the merchant is taken care of. So as much as the relationship management team is there to take care of the merchant, we also are cognizant that the customer, the consumer who's using the platform to make the payments needs to also be taken care of. So we have a 24/7 customer support team that work with the consumer who's making payments to ensure that the payments are able to happen and be able to be used in our system frictionlessly and seamlessly. Apart from that, we've also been cognizant that in the payments space, the biggest hurdle for the business is cash flow management. So with this in mind, especially during the post-COVID era, we are cognizant that the business needs to receive their money on time so that they're able to do payments, so that they're able to pay their suppliers, so that they're able to pay their employees. So we do next day settlement for all our merchants so that they're able to handle their day-to-day businesses with the funds that they receive on time.
Okay, thank you for the comment. So At Pesapal, everybody everybody's has a responsibility of making sure our customers are happy. So, thanks for the remarks in regard to that. Now, I was thinking that maybe we can pause there a bit and just to the audience, in case there's any question, comment, maybe we can, you can raise it up, starting from this side. Any question to the panel? Any comment? It doesn't need to be a question. Right side? Okay, fine. I think we'll go to the next round of questions, which basically will be the last bit of this panel discussion. So, Frank, just looking at BPC as a player and an enabler within the payments industry, if you can just mention some of the things you plan to do, either you plan to do or you're already working on jointly with partners within the industry, for purposes of ensuring that you take care of hospitality and travel needs. So, any initiatives, any partnerships you have in place?
Wow, thank you, Simiu, once again. So I know you gave a brief introduction of who BPC is. BPC. Some people, when you say BPC, they say BBC. So it's it's banking payments context, and that's why we talk about contextualized payments, which is happening everywhere and at the time that you want it to happen. So BPC has been around for over 25 years now, headquartered in Switzerland with over 365 customers, in close to over 100 plus countries, over 30 regional offices as well. Our customers pretty much is central banks, where we do national switches, like in Malawi, what we've done, the national switch of Malawi. We recently just won the tender for Sierra Leone to do the local switch as well. In Madagascar, we are driving the switch in Burundi, in Congo, pretty much over 20 switches. So that's pretty much one of the things we do. And we always pride in saying that we bridge the digital divide. Where we are seeing the gaps is where we come in and we say, how can we forge partnerships? And everything we do is around people. Even the conversations we are having now is around people, the end customer, regardless what we do. So that's one area which, from a global perspective, we have over 20 switches, just driving national payments. But separate from that, we have partnerships with regulators as well, with financial institutions. When you talk about card management system, when you talk about fraud solutions, when you talk about processing, like our partnership with Pesapal, we just streamlines and enables the end consumer to be able to make seamless and smart connections. Yes, we have a number of partnerships in Africa as well, even in Kenya as well, and Pesapal is one of them, like I've already mentioned, and a number of them even in the region. So think of yourself when you have when my friend here from UPI gives you your card and you need to transact. So what happens behind the scenes? There's a card managing system, there is a switch. We are the ones who provide that solution. And for you, just go in and key in your details and, you're able to withdraw your money and you're done. So pretty much that is what BPC does in the region. So Sub-Saharan Africa, we are very, very aggressive in this market, where we have Wilfred, who's seated at the corner there looking after Eastern Africa. We have somebody sitting in West Africa. Down in South Africa, we just opened an office where we'll be looking at that region. But Simiu also, it tends to be sometimes when you have these conversations around maybe what we do as BPC, and that's why I keep on stressing on the end consumer, which is a customer. But we cannot really achieve all this without understanding the dynamics and the environment that we all work in. And this is for all of us in this room. There is nothing that we are going to do from a technology perspective, from an integration perspective, from an interface perspective, if we really don't understand our end customer. I like what Fred said when he says, we attend to our customers and they in turn attend to our grand customers. Mercy alluded to the fact that I think she made a comment and she talked about technology is intimidating. Why did Mercy say that? I mean, it talks to the end user. Why should technology be intimidating, right? And we talk about customer being the king. So the first thing we do as well as BPC, and it's a conversation we need to have, all of us, because without collaboration, there's nowhere we are all going to go to, is to make sure that the end consumer is well educated, is to make sure that we understand the mindsets of the end consumer. It is important also to understand the culture of the environment we work in. And without having that understanding, without getting to know where these conversations are going to, whatever we as BPC are going to do in payments, be it partnering with Pesapal, be it partnering with financial institutions, be it partnering with government regulators on fintechs, we will not be able to achieve so much. So yes, a number of initiatives happening, but I'll just stress on the fact that we need to stay close to the end consumer, the customer, but also need to understand the data. Simi, as I close, we did a digital report on digital banking in Sub-Sahara, which I co-authored as well. And one of the things we realized is in the payment space or hospitality space, 85% of transactions is cards and maybe cash. But if you look at card in itself, Mauritius is leading with 90% debit card, around 26% credit. Kenya is at around, 16, 20% of debit, less than 6% credit. If you go to Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, the likes, they're below 4% on debit and below 1% on credit. So when you look at all this data and you think of your end consumer and you bring the solution or the technical or the know-how that you want to, to partner with, it is important for you to have this data. And like I said, understand the mindset, understand the culture, and make sure the end consumer is educated before you integrate platforms and solutions. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks for the comments, Frank. I think, the importance of, players like BPC, they're part and parcel of the ecosystem. So there's a lot of work that goes on in the background, to enable, the customer-facing solution providers to be able, to serve their customers. So they play a very critical role in ensuring that, end customer is well served, of course, including customers in the hospitality and travel industry. So we're almost coming to the end. I have a question for Isaac. Isaac, safety and security is paramount when it comes to matters payment. I think we've seen in the past, a lot of, fraud, being perpetrated through card usage, online payments and so on. As an industry player and somebody with many years of experience in payments, what are some of these things that are being done to ensure that, we create that, comfort to users that, even with the usage of, card or online payments, the environment is secure for them to accept such payments. And that, of course, includes hospitality, which has a lot of, foreigners coming in, with foreign cards and so on to transact, make payments and so on. So Isaac, over to you.
Thank you so much, Alex. The payments technology will only be good if it secures you from losing your money. And most of the players, the reason they embrace technology is because when you receive huge payments in cash, you must figure out how to secure that payment or that money until it gets to, for instance, a bank premise. Technology comes in to ensure that you do not have to deal in large volumes that will then expose you to the risk of, for example, robbers coming and stealing your cash. But we've seen that those robbers have also gone online or digital. This time, someone does not have to come physically and attack you. You will wake up one morning and your account is cleared, and someone has gone away with your money. So what we are doing as players in this area is to figure out how to ensure that we give our end users comfort that as you use these technologies, as you continue to use your card, as you log in onto a mobile app and you want to make a payment, that indeed the payment will not be duplicated or someone will not steal your data and be able to make payments while you're sleeping. So when we embarked on this payments technology, the first item that we figured out was the use of cryptography in the authorization of a transaction. So we had to ensure that, for example, you have a PIN that you will use, and this PIN is secure and only known to you. And that is the PIN that you will use whenever you're making transactions, and it is connected to your card. That is the authorization leg of transactions. And when we realized that that can also be compromised, that is when we enhanced the payment process by introducing an authentication leg of transaction processing. Sorry, I'm using those words, and I guess that is why Mercy was saying that technology is intimidating. We like we thrive in using big words that everyone has to keep catching up. So this authentication leg ensures that yes, you have used the card, but we have to ensure that whoever is using the card is the right person who should be using that card. And that is where the authentication leg comes in. And this we have implemented through the use of 3DS solutions, so that immediately you initiate a transaction, and a one-time password will also be generated and sent to you. And this will be able to do the authentication. That yes, you use the card, but that the person who used the card is also in possession of a third device, and that device may be your mobile phone. So that grants, a second level of security in terms of, processing of the payments. The other thing that we are doing as players in this area to ensure that there is, a degree of comfort for all the other players is use of risk-based engines. Now we have, rule-based systems that are able to, you define specific rules. And these rules, we'll be able to implement this solution either as an online solution, in which case, when the transaction is being processed, that is, when the customer inserts the card maybe on an ATM terminal and the transaction has been originated, it is intercepted at some point and it is run past a few rules that are predefined. So that once the transaction passes those rules, then it is allowed to continue. If it fails the rules, then the transaction is declined. So in this case, we are going to have, rules that say, for example, if a merchant is from a particular merchant category code, maybe the gaming sites, do ABC before you can be able to conclude that particular transaction. So those are some of the things that we are initiating just to ensure that we are able to safeguard the ecosystem and all the players are sure that their money, wherever it is safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Isaac. So we should take Isaac's word that, the payments environment basically is becoming more and more secure. And the issues that we had a few years ago and risks have been taken care of. So let's have that comfort of, adopting technology as, as an industry when it comes to payments acceptance. Now, this question will go to Mercy. It's the last one for the panel. Money is a very sensitive thing when it comes to, managing funds and, ownership of funds and security of funds. It's a very sensitive thing. And, a lot of us, we work for the money. So we would want to have our money being handled, by somebody who is trusted, somebody we can bank on, somebody we can go to bed knowing very well that, our funds are safe. So, Mercy, Pesapal is a payment service provider. So we process people's money and keep that money. And, customers trust us, including the players here, that money will be handled safely and handed over to them at an appropriate time. So as a player and as a facilitator of payments, Mercy, from Pesapal here, what are some of the things you'd want to share with the team here to give them that comfort that, their funds are safe? Over to you, Mercy.
Thank you for the question. As my colleague Kevin initially said, that we've been in the market for over 13 years. So we've had that question being raised to us over and over again. How safe is my money? And me being in the finance profession, I can assure you, when we're taught in school, the first thing you're taught is that everyone will be stealing from you. So we've had to encounter very many accountants and very many CFOs telling us, no, how safe is our money? How safe is Pesapal? And so it has been a question that we've been able to address over and over and over again. But as much as we've been asked that question and we've been able to show that we've been resilient in the market, we've been there for over 13 years, we've also been able to partner with very recognized brands that have used our system. That has also helped us build trust with most of the industry players. We are also in very many markets in the region. We are in Uganda, Tanzania, Malawi, Zambia, Rwanda. So that has also built confidence in the market that the money is safe. But most importantly, even the government recognized that innovation has surpassed regulation. And so in 2014, there was a National Payments Act that was established. And we are proud to say that we are the first payment service provider that was given the license in 2021. So that has also helped Pesapal build confidence in the market to be able to have the merchants and the consumers know that even CBK is regulating Pesapal. So CBK acts as a watchdog to be able to ensure that the merchant's money is safe. So currently, that question has been surpassed in the market, that I don't think we go to the market and anyone would be able to ask, is my money secure? Once they know we are regulated by Central Bank of Kenya, everyone is confident in the market to know that their money is secure. So we are proud to say that we are licensed by CBK. We're in more than 5 African countries, and so your money is secure.
Okay, Frank, maybe you can.
Yeah, when it comes to matter fraud and risk, I think remains a very interesting topic. I think the only thing I can add there is every place there's money, there's fraud. Regardless. At home, if you leave cash anywhere, anybody can pick it up, be it in the office, be it from your cards, be it online, mint currency, digital currency, any place you try to move, as long as there's money, there will always be fraud. Now, I think some of the things also we should continue, because when I was listening as a panelist speaking, is when you think of contextual payments, and again, she talked about frictionless. And you see, for you to be able to achieve that, then fraud becomes a very critical part of being able to secure consumers. And that's why I'll just keep on and I'll enhance, and I say once again, it's how do we make it easier for the end consumer? So when you think of fraud, and if we leave the jargons and the big names, so to speak, like my friend Isaac was saying, sometimes we tend to get stuck into those names. But can you think of fraud where you're pushing this to the end consumer, right? Where you have solutions that the end consumer gets to know that this is what I need to do. And I give you an example. Think of the airport. When you go to the airport, you automatically know as a traveler, I'll need to remove my belt, I need to remove my laptop, I need to remove my phone for me to pass through that security check. So now conversations need to be moving towards how do we still enable the end consumer to understand that as much as be it Pesapal, be it UPI, be it any other person trying to secure you, but how can you secure yourself? So you're moving the narrative of security to the consumer, and that cannot happen without proper education, right? And these technologies are there today. These solutions are there today that can be adopted. So I think what I wanted to add, Simiu, was the fact that we should be able to drive and push matters around fraud to the end consumer. Let's enable them. Let the consumers know that it is also my responsibility to be able to understand, just the same way when I travel, I know what is required of me when I'm going through security check. This is what is required of me to be able to achieve a frictionless and seamless, smart and fast payment. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Fred, maybe you can add.
I wanted to add on the concept of is your money safe? I think there are two levels. There's money outside. Money outside meaning, say, a payment has happened on Pesapal system, so the money is in Pesapal. So there's the question: is my money in Pesapal safe? But the flip side is the money inside, because I think for most businesses, which is the audience here, there's a lot of internal fraud. An example would be one of the things we've learned over the years, and it was very interesting, that you can have, like, for example, a restaurant, there are some dishes that tend to be the same price, maybe a platter. So the first customer comes, orders for the platter, maybe it's 2,000 shillings. It's put in the system. The customer eats, they pay cash. It is not closed. The next customer comes, orders the same thing. They are given the same bill the first customer was given. They pay, it is not closed. So in the end, you find the kitchen might have prepared 4 dishes, but the business and the system probably has 2 or 1. So part of the security of your funds as a business is not just your money out there, but we're talking about the resources you're using the system. So, for example, our systems, the way they're integrated, so that if I pay with that, especially digital with mobile money or with card, it automatically closes that bill. So they cannot again issue the same bill to the next customer. So on that one, you start plugging revenue leakages. And I think also the other thing is reconciliation, because also that's where another avenue of money getting lost. So that's money within your business just being pilfered. And that's also probably a bigger concern for the merchants than even money outside. I think I just wanted to add that.
Okay. So I think, panel, we can wrap up. So to the audience, any question, any comment you could be having for the panel? Or there's a question?
So any of you, how do you make payments mostly online, for the end user, comfortable, fast? And what steps have you taken towards that? And we're looking at, as much as yes, we do have the option of mobile in Kenya, higher than most countries in Africa. I'm looking at someone like Neymar, how will easily use, your platforms? How will she be able to trust? As much as you've said that, and I know you pointed out on education, but this type of client is very, very conservative and will prefer to just withdraw their cash and actually, So how do we move to that next step? Because I think if we're able to have that, then all the businesses here will benefit faster and easier.
Frank, you can take that. Thank you. I think the context of the hospitality industry as well today, there's a sense of we are not giving enough options to the end consumer, right? And the reason is, if you think of most of the mode of payments, maybe it's limited to maybe cards and cash. Somebody talked about virtual cards, which might appeal to a certain segment. You talked about possibly your mom. What might appeal to your mom might be mobile money, because M-Pesa is well embedded in Kenya, for example. And I've seen that is one of the payment functionality that Pesapal has, on their website. So I think how we can counteract that as we continue to educate, because education remains one of the key things that we must constantly and consistently continue to do. We need to think of giving the end consumer choices. And choices is there is cards, it's physical cards, it's virtual cards, it's direct debit, it's direct from mobile. You know, we need to sit and understand it. And that's why when we talk about research, every day we have to continue doing this research. We have to continue understanding the consumer. And you touched on something which I said earlier. The mindset and the culture is really important. In the absence of that, we'll not really be able to attend to the different people you're talking about, like your mom. For us as BPC, like Simiyu said, we are most of the time on the back end. We are enablers. We are bridging that digital divide. But we cannot win if from a hospitality industry, we are not able also to give the end consumer choices, to be able to choose, how can I make my payments? Where can I make my payment, and how fast can I make the payment? Thank you.
Just on the same question, part of what is ailing us when it comes to online payments is lack of standardization. So you'll find that each entity has their own formula of handling their own checkout. So I will say that at the point at which we are able to figure out a uniform way or a standard that can be rolled out so that every player in the online payment space can be able to adopt, we will have resolved that particular aspect of online. Because when you look at the other traditional modes of payment, there's an element of standardization around it. But online payments are lacking that, and until we're able to figure out, a uniform way that is able to, even if it is not uniform the entire world, but it's uniform in terms of meeting the needs of a specific country and the culture, then we will have figured out that, and we will have met the customers' needs. Thank you.
I'm going to add. It's good you asked that. I think sometimes you have to accept your current realities, and sometimes I think there's even a colleague was telling me when their mom wants to book, even if it's a flight or something, they just call him, "Wendo unajua mambo ya IT, hebu nibukie," and I think maybe some of those people, when let's say they come to your website, they may see a form, and then below it they'll see a phone number. They will opt to call and talk to a human. So I think part of what as Pesapal we try to do is empower the business to be able, because in this respect, that is your customer. Regardless of what platform you're using for payments, he is your customer first, and I guess it's important that you make sure they're comfortable. So by making sure, if they call you, and I'm assuming probably most of them would prefer to call rather than go through the form, it's to empower, give our businesses platforms that can empower them to handle that interaction with that customer. And in the end, tell them we've sent you an invoice, let's say to your email, to have the payment instructions. You don't need to do anything else. Just look at that and pay, and everything else has been taken care of, whether it's a booking or whatever. It will mean that person will have the confidence. I've talked to Sarova. They have told me, they have sent me an SMS or an email, and I just pay to that pay bill, or I click there to pay by card. And by that time, they have an assurance, or they have comfort that they're dealing with. First of all, they're not dealing with a scammer. A colleague of mine said, we live in a very low trust society. So everyone is like, anatafuta hao nani watanichezea wapi, But by allowing the business to be able to be the employee of the business to be able to be empowered to be able to meet that gap, because as Frank said, it's about people, and some people will just prefer to talk to someone. So we try to bridge that gap as best as we can by giving the business tools that allows them to digitize that interaction.
Okay, thanks for the response to Musa's question. Any other question this side? Sure.
I'd like to know
Yes. There's been some issues. I think your biggest competitor has been offline for a week. So I think it's good to know if a bank was to fall tomorrow, I know I have a minimum of 100,000 I'll get back. I've been swiping on my Pesapal POS for the week. Let's say my payments, I get once a week or at the end of the month or something. I've got $1 million, Bob. Something happens to Pesapal. How much am I guaranteed under that? There's no law. There's no amount under that law.
Currently, under the NPS Act, there is no law under that specific requirement that you are asking about. But what we can guarantee you is that all the merchant money is held in trust currently. And the trust is regulated by CBK, and the trust is audited quarterly by CBK. So we can assure you that your funds are safe.
The back end is a bank of your choosing or whatever it is, isn't it?
It is a bank of our choosing, but it has to be approved by the CBK.
Yes, that bank, let's say it was Imperial Bank and it falls yesterday.
It has to be a Tier 1 bank,
Yeah.
and we are regulated that we have to diversify the funds into 4 banks that are Tier 1 banks. Yes.
Thank you. Any other question? Maybe from the center now. We've had one from this side, extreme side. Any question? Okay, fine. We can take one last one quickly, then come to the end of this session.
Mine will be quick. You've all spoken about what you're doing to curb fraud. And I think I think Frank said, where there's money, there's fraud. So my question would be, when there's an instance of fraud, what ensues thereafter? What is the process? What is the procedure to ensure other merchants will keep faith and stay on the platform?
So I'll try put on my banking hat. The one Simu said where we lost our hair when we were working together. So, I mean, it depends. There are different types of fraud. And that's why you see there's also different types of solutions that are coming up. People talk about machine learning, people talk about AI, people talk about biometrics, etc., to be able to curb and control fraud. But sometimes from a merchant perspective, and I'm sure Pesapal also be in a good position to share this, is there's things we call chargeback, right? Sometimes you're using your credit card and then fraud occurs online. And I'll go back to the point I made of education to the end consumer, because before that fraud happens, sometimes you've gone to a website which you're not supposed to go to. Their website, when you go to, the first thing they'll ask you for OTP, one-time password, before you enter, just to do all that authentication and verification as well. But in the event now the fraud occurs, then there's a certain process by which it starts to happen. I don't want to go so much technical, but you as a card holder, there's a way you go to your bank and report, my money has disappeared from my card. What your bank would possibly do is they'll reach out to the merchant to try to the acquiring bank, possibly where you are. If the acquiring bank where you use, let's say if it's Pesapal online, for just an example, your bank will connect to the bank that, if it's a POS or it's online, that bank now will reach out to the merchant where you transact. We call that a four-party model. It's a bit technical. And what happens is that's what happens in the background. From the point there is fraud, you go to your bank picks the case, takes it to the acquiring bank if it's different. That bank goes to the merchant. The merchant then has to produce evidence to confirm that indeed, if it's a physical, if you're physically at the outlet, for example, and they'll be asked to produce evidence. And the whole process goes, I think chargeback process takes up to 45 days, I'm not sure, by which maybe they need to get back to you. But usually there are mechanisms behind the scenes that have been set to make sure that there's an investigation that's going to happen. We've seen cases where people raise fraud cases, but when you pull out a camera, it is you who withdrew the money. It is you who are the outlet. So we also don't really assume and forget about that space. But I'll still say where we are today, we are hearing of contactless, we are hearing of PIN, we've moved away from magstripe, where you just, swipe your card. Control is slowly getting to the customer, because if you have a chip and PIN card and you're going to do a transaction and you enter your own PIN, the question first would be, where should the liability shift to? We'll have to ask a number of questions. This is your card, it shows your PIN, what really happened? Did you give your PIN to somebody else? So there's a lot of things that go behind the scenes, and there's some expectation from the end consumer to be able to be responsible as well. But also on the other side, from a technology perspective, I talked about things like machine learning, and to simplify that is, and these are technologies that are in place. As BPC, we have this technology, is whereby there's a system that has been put in place now to mitigate on the fraud. Machine learning, all it does is it knows this is Frank preference of payment, this is the platform Frank likes using, Frank is now on this platform, Frank travels to this country. It collects as much data as possible about you as an end consumer. So if you happen today to go to a different country where you've never transacted, chances are your card might decline, because the way the system is trying to learn you is like, no, this is something new, and it might request for a second level of authentication, maybe a callback or an SMS. Is this you really transacting? So there are two ways you can look at it. There's responsibility sitting on you as an end consumer, because your card is chip and PIN, you're enabled, but also because the fraud, today's fraudsters keep on, they keep on track with what is happening as well. Technology companies, the likes of processing and payments companies, the likes of Pesapal, they also keep on enhancing their platforms to make sure that they also help you mitigate through those risks. So there are two levels you can look at it. Thank you.
Okay. Hope that answers your question. Good. I think with that, now that we've covered the entire room, we've come to the end of this particular session. I would request us to just appreciate the panel for the insights. And also appreciate ourselves for listening. Okay, that's it. So the panel, you can stand here, we take a photo, and then that will be it.
Running a restaurant has gotten a whole lot complicated. With ReservePort integration to Oracle, you can take your restaurant business online. A customer orders and pays on your website. The order is simultaneously posted on both your Oracle Micros point of sale and the kitchen display, and the rider gets a food pickup alert as well. By integrating your restaurant website to ReservePort by Pesapal, you can offer your customers a flawless takeout experience. What's in it for your restaurant business? No more manual entry for the online order at the cash register, no more mixing up customers' orders, and no more logistics nightmares. To get started, head over to ReservePort.com.
your customers regarding the different payment methods. Something as basic as, and this was a discussion we had with our team. Do you refer to it as an ATM card or as a debit or a credit card? Yeah. Another thing I've had is building trust, always delivering on your promise. And Fred has talked of we being a low trust society. Another thing is fraud, taking care of the money within and the money without, and also the word intimidating. So what we're doing as Pesapal is trying to simplify the payments discussion. Now, we're not only known for payments, digital is our forte, and we're streaming this event live on our YouTube page. Please follow us at Pesapal. And we're driving the conversation online on Twitter via the hashtags Pesapal Caffè and Adapt and Thrive. We're also doing things a little different. Our next speaker is joining us from Dubai. His name is Oliver Menzel, Alliances and Channels Manager, Oracle. The Oracle Hospitality Global Business Unit, that is. Oliver has been dedicating most of his career to the hospitality industry directly or indirectly. And Oracle Hospitality delivers integrated technology solutions for hotel, property management, that's PMS, casino and gaming, cruise, sales and events, and a lot more. And now our media team will take it away. Enjoy.
I will take it away. Thank you very much for the introduction. Welcome to a quick session on Oracle Hospitality and what we have done in the past couple of years and what we are going to do in the future. Now, first, let me thank Pesapal for inviting me to this event at the Sarova Panafrique Hotel. And let me also welcome everybody in the room who has made it today. Welcome everybody who is probably joining by the YouTube channel that Pesapal has integrated into this session. It's not new that we do these sessions, but they're getting more and more professional. And so what I would like to do right now is I'd like to switch to my presentation. Unfortunately, it's so big, it's not able to be uploaded into the application itself that we are showing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen now, and then you are going to see live how I'm going to upload this presentation, and I'm going to start running it for you here in the room. Again, very excited to be back in Kenya. It has been quite some time. In physical terms, I think I have not been there for the last 2.5 to 3 years. I'm very much looking forward to being there again soon. So, Oracle and Oracle Hospitality. Let me quickly say who I am. My name is Oliver Menzel. I work for Alliances and Channels for Oracle Hospitality. I'm based in Dubai, and I've been working in Middle East and Africa for the past more than 10 years as well. I have a bit of history, having spent some time of my life in Nairobi, in Lamu, and also in Marsabit in the north of Kenya, bordering the Ethiopian border. But that was many years and moons ago, and that's why I say to you all, Karibu, and welcome to this little informative session where we're actually going to do a quick run-up about the situation where we're in, some acceleration areas, and then some cloud solutions and how they may help you as the end consumer, because I've listened the last hour and a half to the panel discussion. It's all about the end customer, the end consumer. It's relatively little about the hotels and about the technology providers, because we don't drive all of this anymore. We just need to be enablers. We like the enablers in the payment industry. They need to be enablers. We need to be educators, and we need to be front runners in terms of what we provide to our end customers, in your case, the guests of restaurants, the guests of venues and functions, and the guests, of course, of your very fine hotels that you are operating. So we are done with it. I think we're done with COVID. Kenya is on the far left side of this slide, pretty much exactly at the 90-degree angle there on the left side. And the pandemic has really given us a hard time. It has given every hotel a hard time. It has given every supplier a hard time. But I think we are pretty much done with it because we have to come to terms with it, how we live with it. And on the other hand, I believe it has as well accelerated massively our technology. It has accelerated what we as technology providers, you as the hoteliers, and at the end, the customer wants, how they would like to interact. Whether this is COVID or is not COVID is a different story, but COVID has driven all of this interaction and has accelerated it massively. So first of all, I would like to wave to COVID and say goodbye. And hopefully we will live with you now like we live with the flu, and it won't have any more impact on tourists coming to the Masai Mara or to Samburu or to Mombasa or to the wonderful island of Lamu. And actually, you know, we are rather welcoming everybody again, and COVID has to step aside. Now, acceleration of innovation. This is really what has happened in the COVID times. I think we have lagged behind, all of us probably, including our end customers, in terms of the technology that we provide or the technology that we have provided to each other. It was pretty much always driven by what does the GM want? What does the reservations agent want? What does housekeeping want? Still very, very important. What does concierge want? And what does all of that want? Today, this has changed. It has changed dramatically. It is all about what does the end consumer want and how can we get him engulfed, incorporated, and entangled in what we can provide to make it a nice journey for him or for her. So, acceleration of innovation. Here you see some acceleration pictures that we at Oracle are very proud of. And actually, what happened in the pandemic, we have started supporting the industry with a phenomenal amount of resources. And all these resources are online. We have built an Oracle Hospitality Webinar Center. This is a link. When you Google it, just Google Oracle Hospitality Webinar Center, and you will find webinars about how to cope with COVID, how to cope with mobility, how to cope with online, how to cope with touchless, and very, very interesting articles. We have actually as well taken the opportunity to open our e-learning to the public. As you, or many of you are maybe customers already of Micros Fidelio, Oracle, and our partners in the region for many years, you know that in Micros Fidelio we've been relatively closed. Today in Oracle Hospitality, we are very, very open. So we have taken our e-learning public, so anybody can go in there, look at Symphony POS, Opera Cloud, Property Management version 5, and look at the e-learnings that they are there, consume them, have a look at the applications, and learn stuff that is related to the hospitality business, to PMS, to POS, to integrations. Then we've partnered up with Skift, as you all probably know, and we built a reporting and analytics report about trends in hospitality, where it's going. Type into Google Oracle Hospitality Skift report, and you will see everything that comes out there. Plus, we've given you access to our technology guides for a complete touchless guest journey, whether that's in the hotel side, in the restaurant side, or other, and which is downloadable. And you can then see how best you would integrate, especially with partners like Pesapal, in order to give the customer not only the four wheels of the car, but the leather interior, the sunroof, the beautiful backlights, the halogen light in the front. Sorry, it's ecosystem today. The, what do you call that? The LED lights in the front, etc. What we as well did, and what we are still doing, we have what we call innovation weeks. And in those innovation weeks, we invite third-party vendors and integrators, and in order to very quickly build contactless solutions or build solutions that the market right now needs in order to cope with a different environment compared to 2 years ago. These type of innovation weeks we do a couple of times a year, and everybody is welcome to join them. Today, we've had around 465 registrations already from 211 partners of 48 countries, and we provided them with a demo testing environment where they can process the messages related to their integrations in order to see how quickly we can add them to it. Just at the beginning of the pandemic, we thought it would be very important to offer the industry a very, very cost-effective PMS solution. And a PMS solution that could be used in 2-star hotels, 3-star hotels, 4-star hotels, or during a pandemic as well for a certain amount of time, even in a 5-star hotel if it only has 5 check-ins a day because everything is empty. So we actually broadened our applications, and we added to our standard and premium PMS system that we have today available in Opera Cloud. We added a system that's called Cloud Foundation. And Cloud Foundation is 30 functions. All integrations are included. Digital learning is included. A certain amount of property interfaces is included. Oracle reporting and analytics, multi-property enabled, and as well exports for back office systems are all part of one bundle. So that we are now as well able to attract the smaller properties that are out there who wish to go and move to the cloud. So over 40 years of technology development, let's call it that way, technology development, we have moved from Fidelio version 6 over Fidelio version 5 and in between a Fidelio version 7 to what we call Opera Cloud. You see Opera Cloud operate on the top right corner of the screen, and a very different experience that there is today, but an experience that is driven by technology trends worldwide, that is also driven now by the majority of our customers who are saying we want something quickly to be deployed, secure and easily to be deployed, cheaply to be deployed, and to be used when we use it. And if we don't want to use it because we close our hotel down in a couple of years, then we will end the subscription. So the connected solutions that we have built on the web is a whole range. It's pretty much an uplift from our on-premise solutions to the above-premise solutions, cloud solutions. What is different here is that the entire ecosystem is Oracle. That means the data center where you host is Oracle. The hardware on what you host is Oracle, which is our Exadata hardware range. The operating systems are Oracle. The applications are Oracle. So it's a better together environment, which is open. Then, of course, very, very secure, because we will take care of the security. As many of the predecessors who were on stage before say, security is the most important thing. I very much agree with that. I don't know how many sites we've had in Middle East and Africa in the last 2 years that were hacked by ransomware, for example, and where whole hotels have lost all their data.
Issue, but I hope you've at least followed through. I think one of the biggest themes that we're seeing is that you have to keep innovating. You have to keep innovating for you to stay on track, basically. Now, next up, it gives me such great pleasure to invite our next speaker, the day's keynote. Oh, sorry, you were back? Okay. Are we good?
Hello?
Oh, Oliver is back. Okay, let's give him some
I
time.
don't know where we gone. It is very strange. It seems that we cut off in the middle of it, and I apologize. Where did we stop? Can you hear me? No, this is very strange. This is very strange. I'm sorry. It looks like we broke off in between, and I was raving and ramping away, and then suddenly I heard music, but I need somebody to interact with me. So if you would be so kind to just speak to me on the screen so that I know whether I'm there or whether I'm not there.
Hi.
All right. Is everybody back? It seems that my system by itself has muted itself without doing anything, and I was off the line, and I apologize that. So I can see now everybody can hear me, and I really say sorry. Where did we break off? So just to come back to the cloud suite, I don't know whether you've seen that. Then we went to the Opera Cloud Property Management system that we had newly on the market in 3 different flavors, very different view, all built with the Oracle Ultra UI interface, and which you can experience with Pesapal, if I'm not very mistaken, and they can show you all these fabulous features and functionality. And then as well, we have changed our sales and catering management system to sales and event management. It is based on the same sales and catering that we had in version 5, but it is much more intuitive and fully integrated with a lot of highlights in terms of the application look and feel and the features and functionality that are more geared and more deeper into the sales area than it was before. Then further, there's profile management and loyalty that we have built into our applications and that we took from the Opera version 5 customer information system and central reservation system. And if we go further, it's reporting and analytics. Reporting and analytics is really something else. It is built on the Oracle reporting and BI tool. So in the back, it's Oracle BI, now really centered around the hotel business, centered around your needs. And as I always say, it will eliminate, and it should eliminate, the night audit printing 100 reports or 2,000 pages every night to put it then on the executive team's table in the morning. because all of this is online. You can build dashboard views for the GM, dashboard views for the sales and for the DOS, etc., etc., etc. Very, very new. We're just introducing it into the MEA market, and I hope that we can see it in Kenya soon. Now, what is really the most innovative and modern aspect of all of our cloud solutions is that we have opened PMS, POS through APIs to anybody who wants to develop against it. Now, whether that is your own development teams, whether that is a third-party developer, you can develop very simple against our modern APIs, and you can build the functionality into it that you need and that you want. The functionality, as I said before, which is the sunroof of the car, which is the leather interior, which is the funky metal color, etc. And this is, we've done openly in public. If you go and Google Oracle Hospitality Marketplace, you will get there. You'll see every integrated system that there is already integrated, and you can also follow the path of integrating yourselves. As a hotel group that is technologically advanced and has the technology in-house, you can do so, and you can build your own mobile application in case you want it. Otherwise, there are mobile applications for any type of customer interaction that are there. So this is really the best thing, self-service driven and scalable platform to do and to cover all digital guest journey touch points, from the kiosk over the guest device that the guest has, from the booking of the room or the event or the function, until the survey that you would send him after he or she or the group has left the hotel. As well, the staff is very simply connected to all of the features and functionality in the hotel. And we can add third-party applications, all the Internet of Things to it, so that they can interact and that you can collect data about your guests, which later on you can then use in order to provide them with a better service, with a better experience, and with that, have them return back into your premises and hotels many, many more times in the future. Oracle Payment Interface has enabled Pesapal, for example, to get connected to all of our systems. Wonderful little presentation before for the F&B system, but the same is, I believe, at the hotel desk, where Pesapal is integrated through the Oracle Payment Interface, taking away all the data from the hotel, taking away the risk from you, and putting it into the acquirer or into the processor that we have in between. So that is very, very new to all of us. I've touched shortly the Oracle Digital Learning. Today, we have digital learning that really enables you to train your staff on site, train the staff that is also turning over, because we in our industry have a slight high turnover. In here in Dubai, in this region, we have about 25 to 35% turnover per year. That means we would have to train 35% of the staff again and again. With the online training, this can be achieved to a certain degree, all online. It is free of charge. There's unlimited amount of users that you can do, and with that you can train your staff or prepare them for their role in the hotel. It's available in English, of course, which I believe would be the dominant language used in Kenya. One of the highlights is that we support with our applications all browsers, all operating systems, and with that you can equip your housekeeping, for example, with an iPad or a mobile phone, and it will adjust itself to the screen layout and is fully browser agnostic. So, innovation, where we broke off before, or where I broke off, and I apologize again, well, that happens. Maybe it has also something to do with my clicker here, that I pressed the wrong button on it. But innovation is really the key to success right now. Integrations through APIs. Then, for example, in Dubai, we launched 2 weeks ago with a third-party company, a seamless passport ID recognition system that does this through artificial intelligence and through facial recognition. So you put your passport into a mobile check-in kiosk. The kiosk will read the passport, but what it will also read, it will read the biometric data on the passport. And then you look into a camera and it will recognize you as the person, or it will not recognize you as the person that is in the passport. So a fantastic opportunity to go digital, to go technology, and at the same time remain compliant with the country regulations. For example, here in Dubai, we cannot check in anybody without a check between passport and face. Now, this check has just become much better because there is no failure pretty much on the digital checking. Innovation in contactless journey mobility, and through the solutions marketplaces that we have. And of course, very important as well, distribution connectivity. I believe Pesapal has a wonderful distribution system that is connected fully to all of our products, and loyalty and membership in order to as well manage pre-stay and post-arrival experiences. For your information, we have just acquired a company called Noor One, and Noor One does standby upgrades to rooms, to guests, for a little amount of money. So it actually uses the empty inventory that is above what the guest has booked in order to get a bit more money out of the customer and give you incremental revenue through an application called Noor One. It's free to be used. It doesn't cost anything except, I think, 2 days of installation. And then later on, it's a revenue share model in order to have everybody participate in it. Now, in terms of customers, we were always known on the right side that we only do or pretty much do a lot with the large international chains. But with Opera Cloud and also Opera version 5, with Opera version 5 Express and Opera Cloud Foundation, we're able to really now provide services and a wonderful product to even apartment complexes, guest houses, small lodges in the Masai Mara, if they have connectivity through a satellite link or through other links, as I've seen it in the past, and even bed and breakfasts that we can manage with this. The same applies pretty much for our POS system. We've come a long way from 1986 with what we call the Micros 4700 all the way to Symphony Cloud today. And we have the same principle in Symphony Cloud. It is single property, small properties, small form factor, large properties, and large consolidated restaurant chains, and especially enterprise management, quickly to deploy, all on the net, safe and secure. And even if the internet breaks down, this system will remain running up to 2 weeks without an internet connectivity at all. If you look at some of the statistics here, we serve about 180 countries with this system, have around 300,000 installations worldwide. And if you look at it, we conduct currently about 25 to 30,000 transactions per minute around the globe. In small places, in big places, and pretty much one will cover all. So if you look at it from a restaurant management perspective, it will do you the fine dining, it will do you the fast casual, it will do you the pizza joints, it will do you the burger joints. It will also, with third-party applications around it, will manage your what we call a restaurant without a wall, i.e. your deliverables, your curbside pickups, etc. Wonderful stuff. Same thing, marketplace on the internet. Check it, Oracle Food and Beverage, marketplace, and you will see who is integrated and how can you benefit from this type of integrations. We're actually very, very happy that it's not us anymore who has to do these integrations, because we're relatively unflexible and relatively slow. And now everybody develops themselves. So speed to market within the time that it's really needed, and not speed to market within the time that's already an old thing and something new has come to fruition. Hardware, we have increased these days. We build small hardware as well, what we call the 3 series. And we have built rugged hardware that can sustain rain, that can sustain 50 degrees heat or minus 30 degrees centigrade cold, and is still operating under these type of conditions, inclusive handhelds, and in some countries, full integration to terminals for payment, like, for example, what you have seen before from Pesapal. Not only Opera Cloud or PMS comes now with Oracle Reporting and Analytics, also the reporting analytics that Oracle provides to all Oracle products is making its way over to the POS system. So you will be able to really monitor and slice and dice your data, find the leaks, find the fraud. I was very interesting to hear that fraud is there. Yes, and fraud is still there. I think the biggest fraud industry in the world is hospitality. I was laughing before when I heard about the unclosed checks that are moving from table to table when they're doing cash. This is something very clear. But we're able to battle it if we have the right business intelligence, if we use it correctly, and then we can actually drill into those transactions. We can drill with artificial intelligence into the areas that are not the average, and we can identify the non-average and then take respective action for or against it. Same thing, innovation. This is it, and this is why I really have to say I thank COVID for it, because it has been driving innovation at least 8 years closer towards us. I always feel we would have been in 10 years where we are now if there would have been no COVID, which is sad to say, but nobody would have had the drive. And I'm always saying it needs to be three components who have the drive. It needs to be the end customer, the hoteliers, ourselves, and then together we can build anything that, or any type of vehicle that will climb any hill, will pass any ocean, and will even go to the moon like a rocket. So same thing on the POS side. Mom and pop shops have been opened with this. We have a POS Lite version as well that we're just starting to deploy in the region. We have also moved into Linux to make things easier sometimes to connect. So there's a lot of change happened in the last 2 years because we focused everything on innovation and technology. We didn't let any people go in our development teams. We didn't have any people go in our support teams because we knew we're going to come back, and we need to come back stronger in order to support all of you with what you are planning and how you will be managing your business in the future to get out of the pandemic and to be innovative as well. Give you a quick little idea. This is the Oracle Cloud Infrastructure global footprint. These are all our data centers around the globe. Africa is still a bit scarce in terms of the deployments there, but we deploy the applications out of Frankfurt at this point in time. We're currently looking at maybe deploying out of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but all our customers that are in the cloud are being managed out of Frankfurt right now. We have a very, very respective amount in South Africa, respective amount of several smaller chains that are using Opera Cloud and Symphony Cloud, and they're all very happy with our Frankfurt performance. So Kenya is halfway. So I believe we're absolutely fine to pick this up. So I'd like to thank you again, and a big apologies for having, before having bailed out of the application itself. And I wish you a lovely day. If you have some time, go to the internet, research Oracle Hospitality. There's many open areas right now. You can even download all of our software application documentations, how to do things in Opera Cloud, in Opera 5. You can see the marketplaces, etc., and you just have to Google it. It's very simple. I sometimes Google a lot of stuff I need without going into the Oracle systems because it's all online. A big change. Again, asante sana for listening. Sorry for the little mess, and I'm going to stop sharing right now this screen.
I'm happy that that is the discussion that we're having today. How do you harness technology in hospitality and travel? Excuse me. Now, it gives me great pleasure to invite our next speaker, the day's keynote. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I've been battling a bad cold, but no. The day's keynote, a man that I'm glad I get to learn a lot from, techpreneur and founder of Pesapal, Mr. Augusta Liko. You know, when Kevin gave his opening remarks, he said the Pesapal brand has grown. And although Augusta always tells us it's the people, I think good leadership has something to do with it. Don't you agree? Yeah? A round of applause for Mr. Augusta.
Is it morning or afternoon? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for coming. I'm a techie transitioning to being a salesperson. I never thought our business would grow to the point where we buy a lot of people breakfast like this. But grateful. Okay, so I'll talk to you about Pesapal. I'll talk to you about a little bit about our journey and where we are as a business. We're trying to live in the present. We're trying to say, what next? We started 10 years ago. That means Mercy, who is our CFO, Fred, Rene, Kevin, Lazaro, most of these guys have been with us for 10 years. Some, when we started, we were 1 GB. Now we are wababas and kababas. Okay, so it's been a good journey. When we started the business, no one understood what we were doing, and we've always been ambitious. I see in this room very many people who have been very, 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 very kind to us. I see Wanjeri from Enashipai, who anytime we build something new, we go to her, we're like, can we try? We've tested it, but can we try? I see Bernard from Sarova, who I used to call and ask, what is this travel click thing? I see Mr. Kaigwa here from Kato, who has always given us time to explain to us what his members need. Because what we've seen in the market and what we've learned is if you're not solving the problems of your customers, it's the hardest way to get rich. We're not rich yet. So we need to be able to solve the problems of a lot more customers. Our journey in hospitality started by accident. We went to Enashipai, Wanjeri, and we said, we have a payment gateway. Can we integrate into your website? And she said, that's okay, as long as you can make it talk to our property management system. If you run a hotel, the ERP for hotels is usually the property management system, what Oliver was calling the PMS. Okay, so we tried to integrate into the property management system, but one, no one had done it. Two, the vendor at that time, a company called Micros, was not willing to listen to requests from some African startup. Fast forward, during the pandemic, so it was 2013, and to be honest, we were just broke. Okay, so we wanted to integrate. We went to one of the Oracle partners and we told them, can you at least allow us to integrate into this thing because we can do online payments for hotels? They gave us a quote of $50,000. It was to chase us away, and it worked. The company that sells the #1 property management system got bought by Oracle, but Oracle is a company that believes in open ecosystems and building software where other people can integrate without unnecessary barriers. And they offer a very solid validation process. So 1 year before COVID, we start doing the project. We buy servers, we get a consultant, they start teaching us. And then two and a half months before we announce, we have hired very competent people to join us, to support us internally. COVID happens. So you hired 5 new people to join your team, and then 3 weeks into the employment, you're sending everyone home too. You don't know when you'll pay salaries or anything like that. But things have worked out. We announced our Oracle hospitality integration in, I think, June, July last year. So we've been the first organization, I always say north of the Limpopo and south of the Sahara, because uko juu na uko chini, South Africa, things could be more advanced. We're the only organization in the market that has integrated successfully into Oracle hospitality. That means if you own a hotel, if you own a restaurant, we are able to make sure that when a payment is happening, we post directly. Whether it is from point of sale, that is Visa, MasterCard, American Express, M-Pesa, and anything else we will support. And if you're doing online ordering, that means right now if you go to Enashipai and book at the gate, when you're at the gate, by the time you get to reception, the booking will be in the system. If you go to At Cafe right now and many other restaurants who have been very kind to allow us to work with them, you'll be able to use our infrastructure. We're very grateful for the village. They say it takes a village. There are people who've been very kind. For us as Pesapal, our regulators, our staff members. Unfortunately for Pesapal, I guess it can be a bad thing, but it's a good thing. The staff or the founders are still the shareholders. So we always say, yeah, we might not have a lot of money to do big campaigns and everything, but we have time to fix your problems, because we're not looking at problems and we're not looking at opportunity on a quarter-to-quarter basis. We're saying, look, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, we're going to be here. Okay, maybe the young tax, there's many young people at Pesapal who are pushing those of us who are old out. Okay? So it's been a good journey, and we are challenging or encouraging people who have ideas, who want, if you ever thought you want to do an integration, if you ever thought you want to hang an app onto a hotel system, come visit us. We have a lab and we have free lunch. It might not be as good as a nashi pie, but if you're hungry, you'll eat. Okay? And then where we are going, we continue looking for opportunities to support our customers. Unfortunately, because of how our business model is built, we do not make money until our customer makes money. So for hotels, integration, helping reduce reconciliation nightmares, cutting fraud, just optimizing your availability. For restaurants, ordering, reducing fraud. If you're going to order online on at Cafe, Mama Rocks, all those guys, they use Pesapal through our sister platform called ReservePort. Okay? And then there's what we're trying to do with the tour operators. As we've grown as a business, we've learned that if you look at an ecosystem and focus on the payment only, you'll be missing the story. Your typical Kenyan tour operator, for example, is paid 30% of what a $20,000 holiday will be, and then they expect to be paid 70% when the tourist arrives. The problem is that once they're paid that 30%, they have to run to the hotel. If their margin is 30, so if you have a $10,000 holiday, your margin is 30%, it means you have $3,000. If you've been paid 30, it means you have to get $4,000 to just confirm the rooms. So we're continuously looking to work with, one, the industry organization, Mr. Kaigwa, with Kato. Two, our bank partners. I have to mention KCB, I have to mention NCBA, and other banks that have been kind to say, okay, fine, what problem are you solving and how can we support? And then ultimately, we're working with Kato so that we can get them, push a travel portal, a travel product where a foreign tourist can book, and we are 100% sure this money will be used for travel. At the beginning of COVID, we had a lot of cases where people disappeared with money. Okay? I'm grateful to everyone for visiting. We have set up a lot of demo sites. When we did our integrations into Oracle Hospitality, and we've done more, we've done Gap, we've done Navision, we've done CompuLinks, a lot of people did not believe it's possible. Because for 20 years, they had been told that it cannot be done. So we've set up labs outside. If you want to go see, feel free to join our colleagues. They'll show you how everything goes. And then if you ever want to come to our lab, again, if you have an idea or anything, you can visit us. We have our sales team outside. Just start the relationship. We know we might not get the contract today, but by November is good enough. And then we are here for good and for long. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're still continuing. There are some QR codes on your tables. Feel free to scan and look at the solutions that we have. Even better, as Agos has said, you can take a walk to our experiential lab stations where you'll get to experience our solutions firsthand. Now we'll take a short break as we prepare for the second panel discussion. So feel free to, if you haven't had, we are an African company and we are generous. If you haven't had breakfast, please feel free to have something and enjoy the rest of the session.
My name is Francis Kiruri, and I'm the General Manager of 15 Rooftop. A typical day involves checking on emails and responding, also doing a briefing with the team.
Check everything is okay, check on the reservations for the day and allocate them.
Coordinating with my team to find out, what we're doing for that week.
To go through the stock, know what I have in stock, what I need to order, what I need to prep for the day.
The guests who actually come here are impressed with the 360 view, with half of it being of the city and half of it being of the park.
What I've loved so far is just seeing the customer response to the product.
They love the ambience, they love the color coordination of the place, and the services, and most definitely the food.
There's been so much positivity, so much support, so much feedback, and also seeing the enthusiasm of our target audience and the fact that they actually come to the establishment and were very excited about us. An overall beautiful experience for our customers also includes payments.
Before there were delays, especially when guests asked for their bills, but now with integration between Oracle and Pesapal, has obviously helped us in making sure that we process our bills faster.
The Pesapal solution has been efficient for us running through the 3 departments, the F&B, the kitchen, and the service team. It's been able to coordinate the services all together.
The system has proven to be seamless. There's minimal contact with the waiters.
The waiter does not have to go to the POS system to close a bill. They can actually close it using the Pesapal PDQ. So that helps us achieve faster service.
The M-Pesa platform on the POS has made it easier because you don't have to key in the code. Once it's been paid and you select on the M-Pesa online, it just automatically reflects.
So making sure that we have a seamless payment solution has helped us to maintain our standards in terms of our product offering and ensuring that our customers have a seamless experience at 15 Rooftop.
I definitely advise other business owners to take up Pesapal because of its integration with Oracle.
It leaves for a seamless, smooth execution.
It's made it very efficient and secure, and those are the priorities when it comes to payments.
And makes the work a whole lot easier. And communication from the service to the kitchen is of minimal interaction.
When you integrate with Pesapal, you're able to offer your customers a premium experience all around.
I'm on vacation every single day, every single day. Every single day.
Karibuni to Sarova White Sands Beach Resort and Spa. We have fun and share the fun. That's our job.
There are various packages which people can enjoy.
For guests booking for entertainment packages and generally even for stay, one of the options will definitely be through Pesapal.
Pesapal ensures that the guest has already paid you. By the time they're checking in, it becomes seamless, fast check-in because every detail has been done. That makes it easier for you to track your payments, linking your bookings to your payments.
Guests come here with their bespoke needs, things to include anniversaries, birthdays.
And we have got all that can take you places when you come here.
You're looking at jet ski as an experience. You're looking at the boat ride where you'd go to the marine park and experience the marine park activities.
We have got 3 main restaurants. One is Lido, where we are now. The other restaurants are basically a la carte and this fine dining.
My favorite entertainment activity would be something in the pool that involves dancing. So there are times we do not Zumba per se, but just dancing. We call it dancing kitchen in the pool.
For hoteliers, a major part of our business is getting to be paid. I would recommend Pesapal because of the ease of doing business.
What more can I say? Karibuni to Sarova White Sands Beach Resort and Spa, where we refresh African hospitality.
Kampala Serena Hotel sits on 17 acres of green, lush gardens. That is one of the things that makes Kampala Serena Hotel unique. We are blessed with a lot of space. The hotel itself is like a museum. All the water features that we have, the falls into the pool. We go down to the Explorer restaurant, which is an Italian bistro. The champagne bar. It's only Kampala Serena that has a fine champagne bar.
You know, I am in a field which is so hard. Accountants, you know, finance, the finance world. One thing that I really appreciate about Pesapal is that me as an accountant, I'm looking at how easy are my reconciliations. We have a portal where we receive those transactions. As soon as it runs, I receive. So my reconciliation is tick.
We have a total of 186 rooms. We have 2 presidential suites, and we have 6 business suites, 6 executive suites, 32 executive rooms, and 107 deluxe rooms. We've had heads of states, celebrities, footballers, models, name it. We are proud to be part of Serena and the journey of what we see on a daily basis.
So it's really, I would really recommend everyone to use Pesapal, especially those people who are dealing with daily transactions, exchange of money, because it is very quick and easy to work with them. That's one thing I can really mention about them.
Pesapal. Ever wondered who we are or what we do? To put it simply, we are a payment service provider, or PSP for short. We make it easy for you to make, receive, and manage your payments on one single platform. Whether in-store or online, we'll get you paid fast, easy, and securely. Pesapal, for all your payments, anywhere, anytime.
Running a restaurant has gotten a whole lot complicated. With ReservePort integration to Oracle, you can take your restaurant business online. A customer orders and pays on your website. The order is simultaneously posted on both your Oracle Micros point of sale and the kitchen display, and the rider gets a food pickup alert as well. By integrating your restaurant website to ReservePort by Pesapal, you can offer your customers a flawless takeout experience. What's in it for your restaurant business? No more manual entry for the online order at the cash register, no more mixing up customers' orders, and no more logistics nightmares. To get started, head over to ReservePort.com.
Kampala Serena Hotel sits on 17 acres of green, lush gardens. That is one of the things that makes Kampala Serena Hotel unique. We are blessed with a lot of space. The hotel itself is like a museum. all the water features that we have, the falls into the pool. We go down to the Explorer restaurant, which is an Italian bistro. The champagne bar. It's only Kampala Serena that has a fine champagne bar.
You know, I am in a field which is so hard. Accountants, you know, finance, the finance world. One thing that I really appreciate about Pesapal is that me as an accountant, I'm looking at how easy are my reconciliations. We have a portal where we receive those transactions. As soon as it runs, I receive. So my reconciliation is tick.
We have a total of 186 rooms. We have 2 presidential suites, and we have 6 business suites, 6 executive suites, 32 executive rooms, and 107 deluxe rooms. We've had heads of states, celebrities, footballers, models, name it. We are proud to be part of Serena and the journey of what we see on a daily basis.
So it's really, I would really recommend everyone to use Pesapal, especially those people who are dealing with daily transactions, exchange of money, because it's very quick and easy to work with them. That's one thing I can really mention about them.
So in the interest of time, I think we'll just kick off on this particular part. So I'd like to just say a warm welcome once again to Pesapal's Adapt and Thrive Breakfast, where we continue to explore ways in which we can utilize technology in the travel and hospitality industries. My name is Felista, and I shall be your panel moderator for this next session, where we're going to be looking at how to utilize technology in meeting customer expectations. And with us this morning are 4 industry experts with a vast background on the subject. So first off, I would like to introduce Fred Kaigua, who is a Kenya Association of Tour Operators CEO. Sorry, can you? This is okay. Fred has been actively involved in Kenya's tourism industry for the last 31 years. Prior to joining Kato in 1996, he worked with the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife as a senior economist in the Economic Planning Unit. He's also had the privilege to serve as the inaugural Chief Executive Officer of the Kenya Tourism Foundation in an acting capacity for a period of 9 years after the federation was formed. He currently is serving on various tourism industry committees and task forces. Thank you for joining us today, Fred. A round of applause, please. Next, we have Mike Muthami. Mike is a Pubs and Restaurants Associations of Kenya national chairman. He has been an active member of PERAC in the years leading up to his nomination and appointment as the national chairman, and he has vast knowledge in the inner workings of the hospitality and entertainment industry, as he is not only an investor, but also an operator. It's good to have you here, Mike. Thank you. Next, we have Samuel Wambugu. He's KFC's Group Information Technology Manager. Samuel is an IT specialist with over 10 years of experience as a consultant, network administrator, and support engineer. He is passionate about driving technology adoption, building scalable architecture and automated processes, as well as providing solution designs and delivery aligned with business strategy. Thank you for joining us, Sam. And last but definitely not least, we have Arja Shah. Arja is a Deputy Corporate General Manager, Tribe Hotels Group, and she's a seasoned hotelier, having worked in various roles in hotels across Italy, America, and the United Kingdom. Currently, she is a Deputy Corporate General Manager at the Tribe Hotels Group, one of Nairobi's best-known hotels, synonymous with exceptional service and offerings. Welcome, Arja. So to kick us off on our panel discussion, we hear a lot of talk recently about using online channels to drive revenue. So Fred, as a seasoned veteran, what opportunities do you think exist for travel and hospitality businesses in the digital marketplace?
Thank you, Felista, for the opportunity to be here, and good morning, all. I think it's just about morning. Let me just start by saying that the last 2 years have had both positive and negative aspects. The negative has obviously has been the pain, the suffering, and the various losses we've suffered from the pandemic. But the period has also had one very positive impact, that it forced a lot of us to get out of our comfort zone insofar as customer engagement is concerned. When everything shut down in March 2020, we had to look at a very different way of doing business. It was either adapt or perish. And those that did not adapt are not in business today. And the ones who are working today had to do some form of adaptation. So I would say that the current environment has actually forced practically all businesses to get into some form of digitization in order to survive. Because our traditional way of doing business was brought to a halt. You still want to do business. You're still engaging the customer. The environment has changed. The requirements have changed. So I would say that right now we are having what I call a forced migration from analog to digital in order to survive. And the process has actually led us to discover things maybe we should have done much earlier. It has led us to discover processes that are working better, but it was not, a lot of industries are very sedentary. You know, I've been doing this for 30 years. If it's not broken, don't fix it. But right now, I would say that we are all forced to look at how do I change and adapt to keep up with the environment. And those changes have been very positive in terms of technology, in terms of customer engagement, in terms of managing our processes and costs. And it's quite likely that even post-COVID, we will still continue on the momentum that we have.
Thank you. And as the chair for Cato, maybe you could shed some light on some of the ways where the members have been adapting post COVID, some of the changes that you've noticed in the industry, some of the trends. What are tour operators doing now that's different from what they used to do pre-COVID?
Okay. The first challenge that the tour operators had to deal with was lack of access to the client. You had this client who could pop in any time and you could get them at a point in time. All of a sudden, they can't get you. Not because they don't want to, but because they are not being allowed to. So the first thing most operators, the wise ones, did was to move into things like virtual reality, virtual tours, and a virtual engagement to sustain the interest pending the reopening. Otherwise, you'd go back very far to get the client if you're disconnected for like a year. We've also noticed that in terms of engagement with the technology, the way they use their websites, how they use their push messaging, how they're engaging the client, how the client is able to book with you, all that has had to undergo some change because the old tradition was thrown out of the window. The engagement, the communication, the booking, and the payments. The payments, of course, for instance, even for me, when I go to a website and I want to browse for something, if I don't see add to cart, then I realize that website is not going to work for me because how do I get this product? So a lot of us are now moving to that area where you have to add to cart. You have to make the client not only just view, but also view and pay. We used to have what we call online engagement and offline transaction. So now it has to be online, if you want to grab hold of the customer. Again, we are seeing our clients are doing last-minute bookings, not the way people would book a year in advance. You can't book a year in advance today unless you are risking your the process. Although things are easing up, but at that time, the bookings would be even within a few days because of the test and all that. So the processes of how you keep the company, the client engaged, informed, educated, and how they're able to easily book with you, understand the product, all that had to undergo a change and become more digital. Otherwise, you lose the business.
Right. That's very true. Thank you for that. And building on that question, I'd like for us to talk about what customers are focusing on the most these days. Is it a unique experience? Is it modern facilities? You drive IT decisions at your current role. So what are customers demanding of your brand, of your business? And how does that relate to what customers are generally demanding of hospitality players or travel and, the travel and operations space?
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Felista. Before I answer that, I must register my heartfelt thanks to the people of Pesapal for this wonderful breakfast, isn't it? I can see the people are very happy. Everybody is happy, and that's a great thing. I must also say that I've had experience with Pesapal actually with Augusta for many years when he was right across here at Vaviant Technologies. That was many years ago. KFC stands for Kentucky Fried Chicken, for those who may not know. We have 30 restaurants here in Kenya, 12 in Uganda, 1 in Rwanda. We had business in Tanzania, but we let it go. KFC itself was started in 1952 in Kentucky. Here in Kenya, it came 11 years ago with our first branch at Junction. I am sure a good chunk of people here may have been among the first people to line up to get that finger-licking good chicken, isn't it? Anyway, back to the technology matters. Our customers, ours is a quick service restaurant. Our customers want quick service. But apart from that, our customers, most of them are value customers, access customers. What they want is to be able to get their food and get some value out of it. So they want loyalty. They want convenience. They want simplicity. These things sometimes can be very problematic for people who are in technology. Because, for us who are in technology, we want to show our intelligence. We want to reinvent the wheel. We want for people to say, you see that thing, it really works. But the customer is not interested. The customer wants, when I click here, I get this. They don't want to know whether you're using SQL or whatever at the back of the house or whatnot. That is not their business. So, number one, simplicity. So for that, I would like to really thank Pesapal and of course Oracle for helping us with that particular element, because one of the things that we've had serious challenges with, of course, is things to do with delivery. Delivery now accounts for a very big chunk of our business, of course, after COVID. And ReservePort is it's a turnkey tool. For those who have not taken that thing, you should really go and look at it. It's a turnkey tool, end to end. Customer goes there, orders, that thing appears in your kitchen. It will deplete your stock, everything end to end. The customer gets simplicity, you get visibility, you get accountability. Everything works. Of course, there's also those PDQs. Those PDQs are actually a lifesaver. I do not only use Oracle, I also use Gap point of sale. I do not know how many people here have had experience with Gap point of sale, but it's one of the most difficult point of sales to operate with. But you know what? These guys have integrated with it. If I was in another forum, I would have asked for people to clap for them, because believe me, that is not mean feat. And it works. We opened KFC Embakasi just on the 29th. and it is integrated with the Pesapal PDQ. Believe me, that is not a small thing. I'm actually very, very grateful, Felista. I'm very grateful. And of course, from there, we have things like our own loyalty, which is work in progress, but I believe it will come out soon. Customers want to be able to get points. These days, cost of living has really gone up. I'm sure everyone here knows that. Everybody wants a situation where you're going to get something back. If you have ever had to buy a phone and you paid for it via Bonga points, I'm sure you must have felt very good to have reduced the amount of money you spent, isn't it? Or you have gone to the supermarket and suddenly you realize that you have points there that have reduced their bill. These things, they count. Customers want to be able to come to an establishment like this, have breakfast like this, and at the end, they have some points which at some point, on a rainy day, they can use those points. That loyalty thing can really work, and I know that we are soon going to be piloting it, isn't it, Elizabeth? Yes.
Thank you so much, Sam. And I think just building on to what you've mentioned about loyalty and about customer satisfaction, I'd like to direct the next question to Arja. And it's important to recognize that operating like a Swiss watch is critical to success, especially when you're dealing with a guest, and especially when it's a guest who's come to your hotel and who is enjoying your facilities. So how do you build a brand known for exceptional service delivery? Is it the systems you're using? Is it the personnel? Is it loyalty? Is it a combination of all these three? So how do you figure out what to do to actually be a well-known brand in hospitality?
Well, thanks for the question. Honestly, operating like a Swiss clock is impossible because you have to deal with people. But as people, I think we overcomplicate every situation. I have my head of IT here, and you can tell him I bring 30 different softwares every single month to trial at the hotel and overcomplicate every situation that possibly can be. So I agree with Samuel. Simplicity really is the key to this. We realize when it comes from a guest perspective, they don't want to download a new app. They don't want to download something that they have to delete in a week, So you have to leverage actual platforms that we currently have. WhatsApp has been the saving grace of our hotel in COVID. And it's something that's been around for 10 years. Everybody uses it to communicate, but only people discovered the business solution of it in the last 2 years, which is absolutely incredible. Leveraging on Zoom. Now we have clients all over the world, and usually you wait for them to fly here, you have your meetings. Now meetings are a touch of a button. I think there are more Zoom meetings in a hotel where we have actual guests than any other business. It's absolutely insane. And then just leveraging on other platforms that don't overcomplicate life. So what we trialed, I think, in COVID was like a guest application software that you can download and then communicate to all the guests through it. 5 people downloaded it in a year. You can just imagine all the effort you put in to build it and do everything, and then nobody wanted to use it in the first place. So leveraging what we actually have is probably the only way to operate like a Swiss clock, and communication. Now everybody needs every single piece of communication. And I think that's more important than anything else in the world, especially when dealing with the likes of you and me, any human whatsoever. We need to be able to communicate to one another. At our table, Sarov is doing an absolutely fantastic job. I just told them, make sure my coffee is refilled because I live on it. And it's not the same person every time, but you know what? They're refilling my coffee because there's communication across this team. And you can see it's run really, really well.
Wow, thank you for those thoughts. Still building on guest satisfaction, I'd like to direct this question to Mike. How do you ensure that the guests, especially the guests for bars, you own a bar, you've interacted with guests one-on-one, how do you ensure that your guests have an excellent experience at every touch point? And how do you continually attract and renew new business for the hotel, for the restaurant, or for the pub? How do you keep people coming back over and over again?
First, there's no such thing as a free lunch. You mentioned, let's start paying for this lunch or other breakfasts that we were given. I think, as I just said, it's very hard. You can't, there's no solution for doing a perfect job or keeping people. Everything we learn by our mistakes on a daily basis. Since we're speaking about the innovation and the biggest change, I think, to our business has been social media and the use and integration of social media with sales. This is what you're saying about WhatsApp. Is now there's the sales part in the WhatsApp option. There's ways, I think, I don't know if Pesapal have got a sales. Are you interacted with any social media on a sales basis?
Very many. We'll have a discussion after this.
So you keep getting people saying interact with your Facebook page, with your Instagram, with your what. I think the biggest push used to be Facebook, but now it's Instagram. I think if you're running a bar in this day and age without an Instagram page, even the small ones in Spirit Shop in your corner has got an Instagram page. And that lady is posting every day telling you how Chrome vodka has gone up and whatever. So the interaction has become so personal and instant that you find that it's become easier and harder at the same time because it's so hard to your mistakes are instantly known. If there's any incident at your place, it's known and it's known by everybody. By tomorrow, there was people jumping on the tables. It's all over. It's gone viral, and especially recently, I don't want to name names, but we've had a few negative incidents in places, and it causes what would have taken 5 years ago. Most people would not know. You'd still have new customers coming through. You'd find that your business has gone dead instantly because of an incident that maybe even had nothing to do with you. So in the last, I think, month, we've had one of the biggest bars in this Nairobi. I think their business has gone down by like 90% because of one incident. So the innovation, as good as it has been, and I think COVID has been a main pusher of this, because I can tell you for free, in my personal business, I went on social media because of COVID. My business has always been word of mouth. My niche is over 35s, 40s going up. I have never seen the need for social media until COVID came. So it's taught me, and it's taught a lot of people around me, the need for moving in this direction, whereby now I would come to Pesapal for an end-to-end product. I'd want them to push, how can we, this customer has come in one sale, how do we push tomorrow to get another sale? You do. And now that your USP now moves to what are you going to do on that scale, rather than this one had social media, this one didn't. Now everyone is on social media. Now within this platform, how do we move forward?
Okay. Actually, building on social media, I remember during one of our first webinars, Arja, you'd actually mentioned the role that millennials play in digital tourism and in hospitality as a whole. Maybe you'd have some more thoughts to add on to that?
Honestly, we've learned. No, so just like all businesses, we really pivoted towards social media in COVID. The problem is, I am a millennial who doesn't use social media. Our head of sales doesn't use social media. So when COVID hit, we had a lot of learning to do in a very short amount of time. Every single platform is geared to somebody. And that's the biggest thing we learned. So at the beginning, because I'm a millennial, I go, Instagram is the only way forward. that is a thing that we need to concentrate on. And then it came through that Instagram only feeds people from 25 to 35. So now how are we getting an older clientele who spends money? How are we getting the young aspirational clientele? And it's sort of fed in and said, okay, now we need to be on Facebook. And it's like, I don't know the first thing about Facebook. I'll be honest, it's the only thing I do on Facebook is connect with a friend that I haven't seen in a really long time and say hello once a year. Like that is my Facebook interaction, you know? But Facebook is a platform that you can leverage 10 times more on than Instagram, because the people who are on Facebook actually have money and want to spend their money. They just need to be told how to. So we're sitting there and we're like, nobody knows how to use Facebook. So now what do? We need to figure out how to use Facebook. Then you go to TikTok. Has anybody here been on TikTok? You have? Okay, so TikTok is complicated. Like, it is so complicated to understand and learn. And it works on a very, very weird algorithm. So we stumbled upon TikTok. I won't even lie to you that we tried to attract a TikTok market. We stumbled upon TikTok because one of our guests put up a TikTok at our poolside, and then all of a sudden we had all these kids coming to our poolside to replicate that TikTok, and we had no clue what was going on until we found it like a month later, you know? And it's just really, I think social media is one of those things that are really, really complicated. It's not the only platform, but it's the biggest platform for visibility. As a brand, and if anybody knows Tribe and Trademark, they are lifestyle properties. So they're not traditional hotels, they're lifestyle properties. But then you don't realize what you put out and what people want. So we'll push out content, lifestyle, in Harvest, someone eating a steak. And then the next day, you'll have 15 people walk in saying, I want that steak from the post last night. And you're sitting there and they're like, oh, we don't actually serve that steak. No, I'm joking. We always put stuff that we serve. But you get what I mean. Like we did a dinner at the poolside. And then the next day, literally 10 people show up and say, we want to have dinner at the poolside. And we're like, the poolside's not a restaurant. So we have Harvest, we have Hero, we have Jico, but we don't serve like romantic dinners at the poolside unless you pre-book it. So there's also all of those like plus and minuses of trying to promote on social media and learning the best way to promote on social media. I can't say that we have it down. I say that we've definitely learned a lot in the last 2 years. I think now we're on some of our brands, 600,000 people plus in engagement. I didn't know what engagement was. I just thought you had to look at likes on a post. So these are all things that I think play a big role. But I think when it comes to hospitality and tourism, Google is your best friend. Do you agree? Google, I mean, above social media, everybody wants to know what hotel is there, what's going on in these hotels, what events are going on. And Google ends up being your best friend, because even locally, I think before COVID, we wanted to do a launch party for Trademark. We wanted to tell the world about it, but we got busy from day one. So we never launched Trademark, so nobody actually knew about it. And all of a sudden, we're popping up on Google, we're popping up on Instagram, we're popping up on this. And Kenya supported us, Nairobi supported us. People all of a sudden, it's like, what do you mean that this restaurant's been here for 3 years? And in COVID, they stepped up and they supported, you know? So I think above all social media, knowing how to do your SEO marketing is your best friend. You need to know how to use Google above and beyond anything else. You need to know what articles you need to come into. You need to know how your SEO management is done. And then you can look at social media, which is its own. I mean, Twitter, we're not on Twitter because honestly, I cannot figure it out. But I've heard of businesses go from 0 revenue to 1 million shillings in revenue of Twitter alone. And that tells you the power of these like applications if you figure out how to use them.
Right. And just building on that, maybe Fred, you can share some insights on how relevant is social media, say for a tour operator or even for search engine optimization, how Arja mentioned. How can me as a tour operator or me who is in, you know, the travel industry maintain sustainability and grow by using these tools?
Thank you for that. I think, like I mentioned earlier, the last 2 years have been a wake-up call for a lot of people, where you realize tools are existing that you hadn't thought about, but now are probably the only way or the best way you can move forward. So we all went on a learning curve. For tour operators, I think the hardest part has been rethinking their marketing and digital strategies. We used to capitalize on trade fairs. You'd go to WTM London, ITB Berlin, and all manner of fairs across the globe. All of a sudden, you can't go. And we used to do what you call marketing calls. You just book appointments and you just go to the country, discuss and sign contracts. So when you find you can't go, then you have to change the way that you are engaging, the way that you are being found, and the way that the customer can actually like your products in the first place. So social media became very key. And then remember, from March to September, the country was closed. So the only client I could get hold of was probably Mike here, who maybe I had not thought of before. Now I have to say, look, you're the only one that's available. I have to find out now how to make do with you. And also, more important, how to make sure that the domestic market then becomes a very critical component in future business. Because domestic is easy to overlook. I've heard domestic travelers are complicated. I know I'm one of them. We can be complicated in our demands. We want to pay this much, but I want in return this much. So, and you feel it because it's taken you quite a bit. It's a lot of money. I think the amount we pay locally for travel is actually a sacrifice. You could easily have bought some 2 or 3 bags of cement and did another floor of that house in Roy and Syokimau. So going for travel, that money really means a lot, and we expect a lot. So a lot of people actually ventured into the domestic market, and some are liking it, but then you had to reach out, and so social media became very critical. And as mentioned, most of us had to learn how to do it. We used to look at things like providing information. For the tour operator, it's not so much about moving clients from point A to point B. It's about value add. What value are you adding to this engagement? Because with modern advancement, I'll say like Google, I can Google and find out about any destination I want. It's all there in the web. I just need to know how to look. So just telling me Mara is 3 hours that way, and that's a lion, that's a leopard, that won't cut it. So the tour operators actually need to add value to the engagement and provide more than what the client is able to get for themselves. And finding that client is now going to be a factor of how well you're distinguishing yourself and how well you cut above the noise in social media. There's so much coming at us. How do I trust it? And that's where the association came in. As Augusta mentioned, we partnered with Pesapal to create a trusted booking portal into the country. It's now, we launched it in October, and we are learning more and more every day. We'd like it to be the trusted portal for those people who want to come to the country, they don't know where to start, we direct them to that portal. And marketing is going to be very key to push that portal above all the rest. I think every 4th company has a portal offering safaris to Kenya. Portal, not company, portal. So how do we push ours above the noise? And at the end of the day, it's a matter of how you brand it, how you sell it, how you optimize it, and most important, the services that people get that they can talk about. Yes, I use their portal, I'm happy with it. One small mistake, you're dead in the water. So we are also on a learning curve, but I wish we had done this much earlier. I think it's a pity that we are pushed to it because of circumstances, but we are there now. Let's see how to get the best of it.
All right. Thank you so much for those. I think there's so much we can delve into, especially now we've had things around simplicity, ensuring that the customer journey is as simplified as possible so that we're not creating too many barriers for them to, experience our brand or our services. We've had about loyalty, we've had about marketing, we've had about all these different aspects when it comes to building a resilient brand in today's space. And I think just as we start wrapping up the conversation, I'd like to hear your thoughts, I think from each and every single one of you on how can businesses and some of the members who are seated in the audience today, how can they best manage change? COVID was unexpected and we'll probably face even more changes. Elections are coming up. We don't know how that's going to look like. So what would you advise a business owner when it comes to ensuring sustainability and growth in the next few years coming? What should they look out for? What should they embrace? What should they learn or unlearn? Sam, maybe we can start with you.
Thank you, Felista. The first thing is to always remember that people are our biggest assets. Many times in a business, it's easy to think that assets are your biggest assets, technology, and so on. But it's important to always know that people are your biggest assets. Even for us, for those of us who are in technology, it's very important to remember that all the solutions and everything we do it for the people. So, number one, let the people be your focus. If the people are your focus, you will be able to adapt to change, because you will be able to inspire these people to follow you. You do know that matters have become so serious that we are even saying that we don't want employers to call us after hours. You know, there is a bill such as that is being discussed in Parliament. The reason why it has gotten to that point is because it appears we are not really taking care of people as we should. If we were taking care of people as we should, we would not have gotten to that point. Take care of your people. If you do, you will be able to change, and the people will be able to come with you. Next, adopt agile technology. Many times you go for what you want, or rather what you are used to. We have a saying, better the devil you know than the angel you don't. That's a very, very human thing. You would rather go for something which you're familiar with than for something which is new and possibly better, but you've never dealt with it. I know that is one of the biggest problems that Pesapal has actually encountered in this market. Many times, Pesapal has gone to clients with their revolutionary products, but people will not give them. I know that because they came to us at KFC, and people are finding it very difficult to listen to some of these things that they say. Even some of the solutions that you guys have given us up to now, I have not been able to push them through because it is difficult to get people out of particular mindsets. I would like to encourage everyone here to not be afraid to test. If you are afraid, Pesapal are more than happy to give you a proof of concept. That one I am sure. They can give you a proof of concept, you can try it. One of the things I've had is that people here, some of them are bringing softwares, 20, 30 softwares daily. Now that's no joke. That's someone who is very innovative. That is the way to go. If you want to be able to embrace change, technology is now the heartbeat of any business, or rather, let me say, any serious business. Technology is the heart that actually pumps information all over the place. If you do not get agile technology that can be able to change with you, then you're going to have a very serious problem. And of course, lastly, you want to look at your operations. Your people can be okay, your technology can be okay, but if your operations cannot be able to handle flexibility, then you're going to have a serious problem. Because these days, you want to operate with just in time for your procurement. If you are sitting with massive stock and all of a sudden you do not have customers, that is money that you're holding there, which you cannot be able to change so quickly. You want to be flexible with your operations so that regardless of whatever comes, you can be able to absorb the shock, even if it is for a short time. You want to be able to ensure that your cold rooms are working. You know, the other day we had challenges with chips, isn't it? That you guys loved our chips so much until you finished it. Let me tell you, those are problems to do with operations. And these things can really hurt you. They really hurt us. And they continue to hurt us up to now as we speak. We need to be very flexible around that. Those are my 2 cents around it.
Thank you, Sam. Arja, your thoughts?
I feel like he said it all. No, I agree, actually. If we're going to move forward in any business, there's only two things to remember: adaptability and flexibility. If you hold those two things into account, I promise you, there's no choice but success. You can't hold on to an idea. When COVID hit, we saw hotels around the city closing down. We said, nobody knows how long this is going to last. It's easier to close down. What are we going to do? And on the other hand, we're sitting there saying, should we close down? Should we not close down? We don't know what the right option is. Adaptability and flexibility. We literally looked at every single space and said, what can we do with the space just to stay open, to keep our employees with us, to make sure we're not going to fire somebody, to make sure that nobody's becoming redundant? What can we do? We came to date and dine, so you could remove the beds out of half our bedrooms, created an office space, created a private seating area, so you can go on a private date without having to enter a restaurant. We came up with, let me say this, there's no bad idea. I mean, there is some bad ideas, but in the middle of COVID, I wanted to create a cooking show on KTN, you know, that was a really bad idea, but it was an idea nevertheless. There is no such thing as a bad idea. You make 100, you execute 10, one of them will make you the money and cover the cost of the rest. That's kind of what the idea is. You can't hold on, we couldn't hold on to the fact that we're a 4-star business hotel with 2 dining outlets. We had to adapt. We had to become the place for weddings, the place for things we had never done in the past. So don't hold on to what your product is. Just hold on to the idea that you're providing a service that adds value to somebody else's life. That is it. Adaptability, flexibility.
Right. And you know, that's actually one of the main principles that has been guiding Pesapal's innovation team.
Oh, really?
Yes. The reason why we were even able to have so many demo and experience labs outside is because we've been able to deploy so many different solutions that would help businesses. Everything from travel, there's a cattle booking that Mr. Fred had alluded to. We were able to help innovate that. For restaurants, the online booking channel, delivery, loyalty with KFC, we've been able to do that. For hotels, for ReservePort, for integrated payments, and even for fresh setups for Oracle as an Oracle partner, as well as being regulated by CBK. We've been in a space where we are constantly working with so many different partners in this particular industry to ensure that we're providing maximum value, not just for our clients, but our clients, the grand clients. Maybe Fred, you can continue with sharing your thoughts on the same.
Thank you for that. It has been said, I had 2 points, which the first one has been alluded to. There's a theory that is alluded, attributed to Charles Darwin. I wasn't quite able to confirm it was him, but it says that it's not the strongest or the smartest of species that survives, but it's the one most adaptable to change. You may be smart, you may be strong, but you're inflexible, you won't survive. So in terms of tourism, I say 2 things are very key: review and innovate. I think will agree with me. There's sometimes in the industry, there's a statement I hear a lot: I've done this for 20 years. I've been doing this for 20 years. There's nothing wrong with it. Why do I need to change? If it's not broken, don't fix it. It's working. So I think what we have learned is you need to review what it is that you're doing and see how you can do it better. Not because the world has shut down, but because you'd like to do it better. We did review our processes, but we were forced to. But supposing we made that a way of life, that you constantly review what you're doing and you see, how can I innovate to do it better? That probably would keep us abreast and not have to rush when things go south. The second thing we have learned, at least from Kato's point of view, partnerships. A lot of times you struggle to do things that are not your core business. I may require to innovate, and I'm struggling to see how to do it, but it's not my core business. All I have to do is look for a credible partner like Pesapal, like we did. We had been trying to do the booking portal for about 2 years. And every time we'd engage some people, we tried to do it ourselves. We engaged some people, and it just didn't gel. until we got in touch with Pesapal. Fortunately, Augusto and I know each other from way back, and a lot of my members are his customers, so he has a good rating, so to speak. So we were able to gel very quickly and get what we wanted. So partnerships are key. Stick to your core business and let somebody else whose core business is what you're looking for and strike a partnership. You move faster. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. Mike?
Yes. First, I'll say COVID, I think for our industry, was one of the, it was like an earthquake, shook us to our core. I think we lost forever, maybe 25% of our people who closed forever, and we'll never see them again. And they put up their hands and said goodbye to the business. Through many things, through the close down, attrition, landlords, whatever the case might be. We have a very big problem in Kenya. And that is like, nataka kama hiyo, whatever he's eating. We are copy people. Innovation is not one of our strong suits. That guy, his bar now, he's put a new umbrella. Even me, I need a new umbrella. That's why people are going there. We are very hesitant to make our own decisions and set our own paths and do our own things. So I think some of the people who made it are people who, for the first time, made that mindset change, or at least tried to. And the biggest thing that they did now from there was create efficiencies in their business. And I think the one thing technology does, or one thing that if I put Pesapal in my place, it would be efficiencies. Those efficiencies, the cost cutting, the everything would make me, in any case of anything, I'd be more adaptable to any situation. My business would do better and so forth. So I would think that the best way forward, the best way to move forward is to take all these lessons we've been taught. And also I think to turn it around to the guys from Pesapal. Sometimes those innovations you keep coming up with, maybe you come to one of my members or come and ask, what issues are you having? Start your innovation from customer first. And now maybe not that I get a stock product. I'm like, yeah, that's one of the 30 softwares. But what is it doing for me? Maybe if we come from that, now we'll have something where I'll always be ready. Can we do a patch? Let's test this. Let's test this. I want to see. Now that's the innovation we are looking for. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mike. And at the risk of beating our drum as Pesapal, that has been one of the guiding principles. All of our solutions, if not 90%, are guided by customer feedback. We get customers engaging with us and telling us, okay, now my payment solution is sorted. How can you then now help me solve A, B, C, D? And then now we're able to innovate and to adapt, as it were. Thank you so much. I think we can give a round of applause to our panelists. Since this is a very unique opportunity where you get to meet with industry specialists from all the various sectors, I don't know if anybody in the room has any thoughts, any questions. We'll keep it very short because I'm being informed we're running a bit behind on our program. So I'll just open it up to the floor. If anybody has anything to mention or to review, we'd take questions as of this point. Just 1 second.
Thank you so much. My name is Derek. I want to thank the panelists for the insights that you have shared today. I have quite a few reactions, and I like the conversation, especially if I see people in senior management acknowledging that marketing is central, and especially digital marketing, because I am in marketing myself. But as Shah mentioned, that they realized they haven't been on social media, and social media has actually worked for them during the COVID period. Maybe one thing that I would want to emphasize is that right now, almost all brands are on social media, and the focus has shifted from just being on social media to content, which is why you find that you are not on social media, but people are already creating content about your brand, and that's how you become findable. So maybe I just want to get reactions on what are the content strategies that you have around selling selling your hospitality services, especially as we get to the post-COVID. And then there is a statement that I hear is true among the hospitality players, but I would want you to tell me if it's true for you, that luxury is crafted. Do you believe in that statement? And still remaining on content, I believe that especially for tour operators, content has primarily been targeting the Western tourist. What are the shifts? What shifts are there to see that content is more strategic and targeting the domestic traveler, and more specifically, the African traveler as we are moving into, the intra-African, the after agenda. I know for Mike from Perak, they have really mastered the art of content, because most people enjoy alcohol from probably the content that is already there in social media. So I'd like some reactions to that.
I'll start. Luxury is definitely crafted. It's not something that can just be created. It's something that is definitely crafted to tailor-made people. So if you ever come to any of our properties or restaurants, your experience will be completely different to the next person around you. And that's because our staff are trained in a sense that you have to serve the individual and not a person as an entity. So we try and personalize as much as possible. When it comes to digital marketing, it really depends on who your client is. So I can tell you for a fact that in the last 2 years, everybody's attention is 15 seconds on social media. If you don't capture them in 15 seconds, they're not going to come to you. But knowing that their 15 seconds has now started on social media across all age groups, we no longer just look at content in a sense. So if you looked at Tribe and Trademarks pages, maybe 2 years ago, we had a lot of content. We wanted it to be for everyone, so we never put a face on it. We never wanted to say this is for a Western, or this is for a Kenyan, or this is. So we created content on a very broad spectrum. And we realized that the traveler has become a lifestyle traveler. So they want to see what lifestyle they fit into. If you see a group of friends sitting and laughing around a table and you're like, you know what, I want to do that with my friends. So we had to bring people in, because you cannot create lifestyle without people. So if you see our strategy, and I think our engagement in that sense has gone up 600% the minute we brought people in. Every single brand has a different type of clientele, but I can say that majority of travelers today are looking for lifestyle travel, no matter where they go in the world. They want to see themselves doing that thing. So whether it's from a Cato perspective, whether it's from the Ministry of Kenya perspective, whether it's from a hotel perspective, they want to see themselves in your hotel, sitting in that chair with that artwork or with that steak or with whatever it is that you offer. And that's how you manage to capture them. So those are generic strategies, but it really does depend on who the traveler is. So that's just basic to us.
Okay, thank you for that question. Domestic travel, like I mentioned earlier, is perhaps sometimes one of the least understood areas. And I know there are very many operators who don't do domestic at all, or they haven't done domestic for a long time. The challenge we have, based on some of the studies done, we have a domestic tourism council that was set up specifically to try and address issues on growth of domestic tourism. Because a stable tourism destination should be about 35 to 40% domestic, 60% international. If you have that kind of mix, whatever goes wrong, at least you'll be able to make it. So the last 2 years under COVID have pushed a lot of operators into the domestic market on a serious level. Some have found it to be rewarding. I think some will just go back to international when everything settles down. But the domestic traveler is one that needs to be understood if we are going to crack that nut. Unlike international travelers who can plan a safari 1 year in advance, some of us by December 20 still have no idea where we're going for Christmas. And we start asking on 24th, tunaenda wapi Christmas? And it is 2 days to go. Then you get quotations that are crazy, you can't afford them. But supposing you started planning in January for your holiday for Christmas, and even saving for it. So we have a lot of educating to do. But it's not that they don't have the money. I'm sure there's some that spend 10K every weekend at your pub, 10, 15, 20K every weekend having drinks. So they have the money. But it's a mindset and trying to educate them, one, on the culture of saving for holidays, two, on the culture of actually taking the holiday in the first place. Some of the alcoholics I probably see in this room have probably not taken a holiday in 2 or 3 years. We need a holiday mindset and a way to save for it. And then as operators, they can try and market to you what to do instead of just guzzling 10K every weekend at the pub. So it's a long journey, but I think what happens with the international market, you're dealing with somebody who knows what they want. They have planned for it, they have saved for it, and it's something they're looking forward to. If you gave me 100K today, probably 2 nights Mombasa will not be my first thought. I'll start counting how many bags of cement that is, and how much I'll do my down payment for that plot in Joska. So we have, I don't know, I think our cultures here is more of accumulating and acquiring and buying things as opposed to spending on a holiday. So we have a culture change we need to go through, education and a lot of engagement. But at the end of the day, a 40% domestic market would really ensure that COVID doesn't become an earthquake if it ever happens again.
Just because you are saying that in our sector, we have it right. I don't think so. I think, again, it's that copy. If you look across, let's say, the 5 top pub, bar, club destinations, they're using exactly the same formula. Get your influencers, get your portfolio. That's how they're doing their content. Be it they're going around the festival tours, the piano, same concept. I think even we've gotten to a point there's zero information in innovation in that space. So I think even as marketers on your side, I think that's a big place because the USP now is what? What's the USP? They are all doing exactly the same thing. And if that's what we are seeing as marketers, as some people have gotten it right, then I think we've got it wrong. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much for those responses. I can see another hand, but I would request that we wrap up this session at this point. Our panelists will still be with us. We will have an opportunity to meet with them, network as we experience the various demo labs outside. But in conclusion, thank you so much to our panelists for joining us today. A round of applause. And as we finish, I'll request that we do a photo as Renee comes and does a wrap up for the day. We give closing remarks and she'll guide us on the next steps. But thank you so much, and please.
Janet, our brand manager, to share a vote of thanks and then I can call it a day.